There is nothing I love more. Taking my headphones off, fuck that. Bethesda, there is nothing I love more than to fire up a brand new RPG, lose myself.
Sorry, do you want to get immersed in our world? Yeah, well, guess what?
Fucking pronouns! I love nothing more than to be dragged out at every fucking conceivable opportunity so you can fucking current day us. Current fucking day! Fuck off! We can't see past our own fucking reflection. That's the level of our narcissism here at Bethesda Western Game Company. Guess what? Twat waffle! That's all you fucking are! Fucking gender ambiguity! Fucking current day Californian shit! Cause that's all we fucking know! Cause we're boring! We're so fucking boring! You're boring! You're fucking dull! You have nothing to say! Fuck your immersion! And you wonder why people are getting so fucking sick! You take everything we love and you just can't help! Shovel! You are bullshit! Fucking crap! Ideology into everything! Every single solitary fucking thing!
Nerdrotic.com.
That would be the great As Heels versus Babyface and his epic rant with a little musical twist. Hi, how are you? Welcome to the Captain's Cast. This is your host, Captain Garrett, on the Swords and Starships Channel, your premier destination for all things entertainment nerd culture. Join us. Pull up a chair, come aboard. This is the Captain's Cast, where on this vessel, permission to come aboard is never required, but always granted. So, am I loaded for bear? Am I loaded for bear, my dear sailors and starnauts? We have so much to discuss. And of course, that would be Az, who had the epic rant about just all the garbage in Starfield. And that had been building for quite some time. He played it for like 10 hours before he got to that. And, so that hat tip Perry Chan, who actually clipped out that video, did the remix. But basically, it was Dan Vask, a Brazilian YouTuber, who clipped that out and put it on Twitter, and it went like mega viral. It did like 15 million views. So absolutely out of control. So we'll be talking about that. Let's check out the chat. We got Hayden75 in the chat. Love that rant rap. Oh, I do too. Welcome aboard. Fu Man Blue, permission to come aboard. Granted, sir. The Captain's Cast is setting sail, and we are indeed setting sail. You know, we've been talking a lot of starships lately, and we're going to be talking some pirates. We're going to be talking some pirate ships, some sword fights, because we got One Piece to talk about, ladies and gentlemen. One Piece. I have so much to say about this show. Don't let me forget. I do not let me forget theoretical producer that absolutely exists. I must talk about the comparison between One Piece and Harry Potter. I know that's weird. I know that's a way. I'm going to put it in my notes here. Harry Potter. I can't forget to talk about this because I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not the biggest fan of escapist fantasy. Okay, I kind of get annoyed with escapist fantasy just because, well, you know, escapist is not the... No, take that back. Wish fulfillment. I think wish fulfillment fantasies sometimes bore me, and that's kind of why I don't like Harry Potter. But I'll tell you something. I'll tell you something about One Piece. It's kind of changed my mind on that. I don't think it's that wish fulfillment fantasies are actually what bother me. I think it's the approach. And I think that when it's done well, it can be really amazing. And I'm telling you, this One Piece show is done. This would be the live action Netflix series. It is done really well. It is done really well. So we're going to talk about that. It's not perfect. It's not like 10 out of 10 bars on the epaulets yet, but it is definitely a shot across the bow to woke Hollywood. And, I watched because I just love pain. I watched more Ahsoka. Anakin is in Ahsoka now, folks. Anakin is officially in Ahsoka. And I'm going to tell you something. The captain is human. I am human, my dear sailors and Starnuts. And look, I can't help it. I have emotions, okay? I see Anakin, and I almost turned into one protagonist. You know, that guy, the reaction guy? It's Anakin. Whoa, Captain. Whoa, Captain. This is member... No, I'm just... It wasn't quite that severe. But even sometimes, I can feel the pull of those member berries, and it really just makes me angrier. It makes me angrier at what Disney Star Wars has done because, you know, someone said this on Friday Night Tights. It's easy to forget. It might have been Jeremy. I can't remember. But someone on Friday Night Tights, Hat Tip Nerdrotic, said something to the effect of, it's easy to forget that Star Wars is an incredible universe with unlimited, that's the key word, unlimited storytelling potential. It is a staggering reality that a company that has all access to all of that has absolutely destroyed it in the way they have. It's criminal. It's absolutely criminal. So, Tom, welcome aboard, Tom. Greetings. My girlfriend hated the anime, Hayden says, which I've never seen. Talking about One Piece. So I'm going to try to convince her to watch the One Piece live action when I get her home later this week. I'm going to tell you something. That is wise, Hayden. That is a wise strategy because I've never seen the anime either. I'm kind of out of practice when it comes to anime. I haven't I used to watch a lot of it in my teen years and stuff. And as I've grown up, I started getting into I wanted serious stuff. And now I'm actually more into, because anime can be a little bit silly sometimes. I know that it runs the gamut. You can get any genre you want. I just fell out of it for some reason. I'm kind of feeling like getting back into it though, because look, thank God for Japan. Thank God for that ethno state that is Japan. You know, this is an interesting thing. They always say that diversity is our strength. They say diversity is our strength. What they really mean is erasing Western civilization and its culture is our strength. They don't actually mean diversity. But what occurred to me is, you know, what they think that they mean, if I were being as charitable as possible to the motives of those who claim such things, I would think that what they meant is kind of what I thought when I was young and naive, which is that other cultures exchanging ideas is good for humanity. That's why I'm a Trekkie. I liked Star Trek. I like seeing the human and the Vulcan argue about logic versus emotion. Like this is what nerds love. Nerds naturally love that idea. You know, we want to see the elf and the dwarf become friends. Like that's the thing. Those are the things we live for. But how can you have diversity if you demand that all of the human species adhere to one single worldview? How can you claim to want diversity if you desperately want to erase every aspect of anything that contradicts one single worldview? And that's why I say thank God for Japan, because they have so far. They have resisted the woke mind virus, and it is our only source right now of just based storytelling. I can't wait to tell you my thoughts on Luffy, the main character, as in the live action, as played by this actor, and his name. It's kind of an odd name, so I have to pull it up again. What is his name? He's magnificent in this show. Inaki Godoy. And I'm probably butchering the pronunciation there, but Inaki Godoy plays Luffy in the live action. He is absolutely dynamite in this show. He has a way of presenting this character it's definitely a very fantastical character. It's a larger than life character. This might be one of the best portrayals I've ever seen of a larger than life fantasy character. And I don't know how he does it. Like his eyes, his expression, everything. but the blend of the kind of anime zaniness of it with the kind of grounded live action, like the merger of these two things is kind of created something new, I think. Not in the way of like subverting, but like it's like you took the real and the anime and just blended them, and it created something kind of new and different from both. And I think it's really outstanding. So I think this is exactly the way, Hayden, to get your girlfriend into this. So what else we got? What else? I have so many thoughts today. Fu Man Blue says, I've seen a handful, but I like them. I just don't like reading subtitles or listening to god-awful voice actors. You know, I'm not a snooty type when it comes to voiceover. If like, for example, my favorite anime of all time is Blue Gender. The Blue Gender series, not the movie. The Blue Gender series. It is a truly chilling and incredibly original post-apocalyptic idea, post-apocalyptic world. It's basically the planet has been overrun by these indestructible creatures called the Blue, and they just wipe out all humanity. And there's only a few survivors, and they've escaped to space. Anyway, the American voice actors were so excellent in that show that like I preferred the American voice actors because they just had such an expressiveness, and I just became used to their voices. Sometimes I'll listen to the subtitles and I'll be like, you know what, this is better. The original voice actors are better. So it kind of depends. But you know, the funny thing is, back in those days, I was going to college. My dorm roommate was actually from Japan. He was a Japanese exchange student. He preferred the American voice actors. He agreed with me. He's like, oh, they're really good. So I thought, but like me, he was very much interested in other cultures and, new things, experiencing new things. So I'll never forget too. He arrives at the university from Japan. He had basically three things: a suitcase full of clothes, a computer, and a scale. Those were the three. And the scale was because he knew that you come to America and you gain like 30 pounds. Like you're just going to become fat. And he was terrified of it. He was terrified of being fat. Yeah, so it's like those are his possessions. I have my laptop so I can do my homework, my clothes, because clothes are important, scale, so I don't become a fat American. It's I miss that guy. He was cool. Hayden says, I like Japanese, although it's spelled Iapanese. But I agree. I like Japanese as well. It helps with learning Japanese to listen to it spoken as much as possible, which is why I prescribe copious amounts of anime. Copious amounts. So in the stack of stuff, but before we get into all that, let's talk about Starfield, shall we? Now, much has been made of the as heels versus babyface rant that's gone, mega viral on Twitter. And, it's about time. It's so funny, the moods of the internet. You can never predict. I brewed an extra strong cup of coffee brand coffee. Actually, I take that back. I'm out of coffee brand coffee. This is actually Costco brand, but it's very good. Sorry, Jeremy. Anyway, you can never predict the moods of the internet, but I find it funny. So shall we just, for context, just get into it? Let me explain to you. Here's what happened. And I was watching a Cobra Cast, and Jeremy went through like the whole thing, and then they clipped it out. And so they basically told the whole story in context. So if you don't know, the Twitter clip that went viral is just basically as ranting about quite brilliantly and eloquently, I might add, ranting about the wokeness in Starfield. Now, I actually don't think, and I don't think he thinks either, that it's like super mega woke. It's not like so bad you can't get. It took him about 10 hours to get to this point. What's funny is the internet thinks that he just saw the pronouns forced choice on the title screen and just freaked out. In other words, projecting what they do onto him. Oh my God, there's no pronouns in this game. Oh, boycott it. Anyway, here we go. Let me tell a story. My dear sailors and star knots. I'm going to load this up here for you. And let me grab a couple chats also. That is an amazing perspective. I had a similar fear of being fat again. You and me both, Pooh Man Blue. I've been fat before. It sucks. Which, believe me, of all the woke mind virus sacred cows, probably one of the ones that offends me the very most is the body positivity movement. Like that one for me is a particularly personal issue because I'm like, it wouldn't have worked on me. Like, honestly, if I had been fat and all the world was telling me I should celebrate, which, by the way, the body positivity, it does not apply to men. Nobody ever talks about celebrating fat men. It's just for fat babes who are ostensibly still babes. And, but that one wouldn't have worked on me because I would have been like, okay, but that looks ugly. I don't want to look like that. So anyway, I feel you, Blue Man Blue. Good for you, by the way. Congratulations, Captain. Salute for your work ethic, sir. But by the way, it's not entirely our fault in society that it's so freaking hard to not get fat because our food is processed, nutrient poor. There are so many things working against us. We eat a lot of things that make it hard to actually feel full. So, like, we're not even eating a natural diet. Plus, we don't have to move around as much anymore. I mean, we kind of have like a quadruple whammy working against us. But that being said, it's nothing a little work ethic can't resolve. Now back to Starfield. This would be the Starfield rant explained. And I'm bringing this up for a reason because I'm going to tell you my conclusions about Starfield.
What? He, him?
I love Az so much.
Okay.
So this was Jeremy on CobraCast reacting to it, which was just as hilarious.
Bethesda, I'm going to say something to you. You should fucking listen. If you want to play, pick your pronouns, then you should have an option to not enter pronoun.
Yes, agreed 100%. The fact that they force you to do it is the problem. They're forcing you to do it.
Listen, I know I should have been more forthcoming about who I was earlier.
Yes.
So, in the interest of full disclosure, there's one more thing you ought to know before we head up there.
You're a dude.
My relationship
Oh.
with the UC. It's more complicated than it might seem at first glance.
Uh-huh.
The UC's actually
love
the
Az.
only reason I'm here in the first place.
Yeah.
I am a clone of a man named Francois Sanon, one-time fleet admiral of the UC during the Colony War,
Yes.
former head of the UC Navy.
This is how I have felt for like 15 years going through life.
In old Earth Latin.
Dude, this is living life with new Star Trek. This is living life with just every...
The UC's attempt to create a new generation of military minds from one of their most respected tacticians.
Apathy.
Secure the leadership.
Resignation.
Stupid. Az is dead. He's done. He's so done. He's just gonna sit there. He's like, I don't care. I'm just gonna go to sleep right now. I need him to pick option 4. I haven't seen this yet.
On this. Pick option 4.
Please.
You doing okay?
Sorry, dude. What did you say? Oh, look. You're a clone of a man. How does that work?
A non-trivial amount of gene editing. Clone, honestly, isn't even really the right term for our relationship, thanks to the amount of donor material that was required to bring me into this world.
So you're not a clone. This is actually gene splicing that you're talking about. Oh,
Which,
just-
by the way, the answer she
seriously.
gives is
Oh.
ridiculous. Is so
It's
vague.
infected everywhere.
Nerves kicking in.
Oh, shut the fuck up. Oh, I've still got to talk.
I have a friend who's a
Before
lot
we
like
get up there,
Az.
What?
There's something else I thought
He's
you
in the
should know.
chat
You,
sometimes.
you're
My
a
relationship
double
with the
dude.
UC. It's
You're a double
more
dude with
complicated than it
f***ing
might seem at first
dicks on
glance.
top.
The
Here I'm
UC is
Amin with
actually
a
the only reason I'm here in the
20,000
first place.
ADR says Space Dylan
I-
Mulberry. Yes.
I'm a clone of a man named Francois Sanon,
Oh,
one-time fleet admiral of the UC during the
I
Colony
have to
War,
go through this again.
former head of the UC Navy.
I have to go through this
They
again.
called him They Victus.
They did they call them they Victus? They Victus. They them Victus?
Title of the film. The program I was a part of, it was the UC's attempt to create a new generation.
Some
of
days I
military
really miss
minds
alcohol. I
from one of the
really
most
I
respected
really do miss
tacticians
alcohol and abusing
secure the
drugs. Some
leadership
days.
of the UC
I'm not saying
military
today's one of them,
generations to
but
come.
today's one of them. There's something you should know about me. I have a massive car. I don't want to blow your ego up. I think you're fucking mental. I'm more interested in what this has to do with us addressing the
getting there.
cabinet. I don't give a
The man I was
about
cloned
your
from, my
pronouns
father,
or who you
was
identify
executed for
as.
acts he committed during
Just
the
give
war.
me my space
The man
money
caused a
and
lot
my
of death
space
on both
experience.
sides. I just wanted you to be forewarned.
Whatever you say, buddy, pal, chum, mate.
So your help means a lot more than I figured you might realize.
Well, my help
just-
might dry up real quick, buddy. I didn't come on to this person. There's been no sexual shenanigans with this.
He had a super chat that was like, "As you always get your hand caught in the cookie jar." That's kind of deep lore there. But anyway, he was defending himself here.
person.
Thought you ought to know.
I just thought I would say
You
the
know,
most
while we've got a
ridiculous
second,
thing
was
when they
there
said,
anything
"There's
else
something
we
I
needed
need
to
to tell
discuss?
you." And
know you
obviously,
got
being a
dropped into
clear
the middle of this
female,
pretty
I
fast.
just joked, "You're a
Or
dude."
if you've
And
got
then they
any
went to tell me
last-minute
that they
business
are a
to attend to,
clone
now might
of
be
a
good time.
dude.
No telling how long the cabinet's going to keep us waiting out here.
I don't have any questions.
And
No.
I guess it's just
don't
a matter
care.
Before he bursts. The part where he bursts is the greatest thing I've ever seen.
It really is, though.
Everything's getting everything is gender ambiguous. I'll just fuck off. What?
We have Fu Man Blue with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Fu Man Blue. Captain, salute to your generosity, sir. Your generosity continues to be noted. And he says, our food has always been garbage. I got fat on home-cooked meals. We've gotten so soft that the second we think we feel hungry, we fill up rather than feel the pain of hunger. Gotta embrace the pain. Correct, sir. Correct, sir. I didn't used to think this way. You know, when I was first like trying to lose weight, I just felt guilty. I just felt so guilty about it. I felt like I am out of control or I'm lazy, just all those kind of memes in my head. And, you know, it just to offer a modicum of defense of the very misguided, to put it lightly, to put it mildly, body positivity movement, I would say that the seeds that led to that mind virus were something along the lines of having a bit more compassion for people having, you know, struggling with what effectively is an addiction to sugar, to refined sugar. And I've come to the conclusion that, like, yes, you have to take responsibility. You have to take ownership for it. And yes, you have to embrace the pain. Also, it's helpful to actually start learning that, like, what you're eating is not serving you. It's and we really are kind of screwed with but I think people are starting to learn this lesson. I think people are starting to figure out, you know, I would say that the food companies, they're almost as bad as the freaking pharmaceutical companies. They're almost as bad. By the way, as who we're watching here, he himself is losing a bunch of weight. I think it's fantastic. I think it's fantastic. And I find it disturbing that we live in a society where part of this woke mind virus, which is the subject of this video after all, is to discourage people, to dispirit people, and to dissuade people from bettering themselves. Now, why would they want to do that? Why would they want to do that? I would argue, no, I don't argue. I know why it is. It's because when people are capable of finding hope and belief in themselves, then they don't need masters to enslave them. They don't need tech overlords to tell them what to do. They don't need, mega governments to tell them what is safe and what is not safe. When people are capable of making a choice for themselves, well, then they're sovereign. They are sovereign. And that scares the hell out of our would-be masters. So absolutely. So thank you, Fu Man Blue. And I would say, just on the subject of Starfield, by the way, I was playing this and I wasn't even looking specifically for it to be woke. It's, what's so funny is it's like, does a fish know it's wet? You've been swimming in this for so many years. You just expect it. I just expect it. Like, my default expectation is there's going to be at least one horrific woke line in any movie, comic book, game that I play. It's just how it's going to be. The funny thing is, though, I kind of went into this one just thinking, how's Bethesda going to deliver on their... my number one kind of thought as I started playing Starfield was, I don't believe them. I don't believe them that they've created a Skyrim level experience in space. I just don't believe it. I hope it's true. I don't believe it. I'll tell you something. They didn't. They absolutely didn't. And one of the things that is kind of bugging Az here, aside from just the bullshit, like every female in this game looks like she was beaten with an ugly stick. Okay. Like, there are a lot of whammon and power. There's a clip I saw online of a guy who literally is going to every single military leader in the same room, and they're all women. And I'm thinking, yeah, that's diversity, right? That's diversity. We just eliminate all men. We put women in all positions of power. Then we make sure that every woman does not conform to feminine or feminine beauty standards whatsoever. That's diversity. What's kind of weird to think about is I know people in my real life that, like, I've brought up, just in passing, I just mentioned, oh yeah, one day we're all just going to be androgynous, asexual beings, like the alien grays or something. And I just remember someone I know being like, awesome. And just thought that was such a great thing. And she was being serious. And I was like, why? Why? What is this? And the only thing I can think is that our society hasn't embraced this movement of, like, making people feel bad about themselves, has caused them to, like, start looking for ways to feel good about themselves. And if you think, well, gee, being a man or being a woman is kind of hard, you start to look for ways out of that predicament. And it's like, look, being a human is hard. But we are not this crude matter. Luminous beings are we. And that's what we've lost. And that is one thing that One Piece, the character of Luffy, when we get into this, is exactly the antidote to what I'm describing here.
What? He, him?
Agreed, Fu Man Blue.
I love Az so much.
Okay.
Az is lost 70?
Bethesda, I'm going to say something to you. You should fucking listen. If you want to play pick your pronouns, then you should have an option to not enter pronoun.
Yes, agreed 100%. The fact that they force you to do it is the problem. They're forcing you to do it.
Listen, I know I should have been more forthcoming about who I was earlier.
Yes.
So, in the interest of full disclosure,
Did
there's one more
I
thing.
go back?
New
Shoot.
RPG.
I'm not
I
saying
don't know
that
how I did that.
we
Sorry.
have the extended editions of the
I was
Lord of
watching the
Rings.
chat.
It just
You were
Fair with might not,
instrumental in protecting the
might be
city from the
more
attack.
than meets the eye.
You
You know what I'm
had that.
saying?
I was also
Do, do,
informed
do,
that you
do, do.
gave quite the presentation to the cabinet. You do know what the archives are, correct?
Az is just done.
Dude, I'm done. I refunded this game, okay? I refunded it because I'm telling you right now, it is boring as absolute hell. It is watching paint dry this game. So I mentioned this in my last stream, right? You start out in Starfield with and you start out with basically you're in a mine under there's so much trying to like come to the surface. I have to decide where I want to start with this piece of trash. You start out in a mine, which is a boring, bland environment. I could have maybe forgiven it if there had been kind of some interesting story, but you basically walk around mining and doing a very annoying tutorial. And of course, there's a girl boss who is she's basically like a foreman in a mining facility. And I couldn't help but notice that like everything seems so hyper real that there was like no color or life or feeling of adventure to any of it. And then they just walk you to a point where you basically have some kind of alien vision experience, but it's not even anything as exciting as like the Mass Effect vision they give to Shepard of the Reapers. It's just this boring, like new age meditation music. And then it's, oh, you had a vision. Oh, some pirates attacked. Here, take my ship and tell people about your vision. And I'm thinking, who's the enemy? What's the quest? What am I doing here? And then as soon as I get to space, you do the space combat. The space combat is so boring. I literally quit playing for the night and came back to it the next day in the middle of the fight because I'm like, who cares? And is it? And watching Az's reaction has convinced me there's no value to me continue because I've watched some of the gameplay since then. And I'm just telling you, there's no story. You know what it is? It is the video game equivalent of Ahsoka. It's the video game equivalent of Ahsoka. You walk around and people notice how even in that stupid, like, I'm a clone of a man speech, you ask the question, okay, how does that work? And she gives this weird Chat GPT kind of non-answer, which is like, oh, it's very complicated. There's a lot of complicated genetics. Compare that with the subplot of Miranda Lawson in Mass Effect when Shepard asked Miranda Lawson about how, oh, you're genetically engineered by your father. And she's able to give a very clear, articulate answer of like, yes, he wanted a daughter who was genetically perfect, who could have all the intelligence and looks and everything needed to rise to the absolute pinnacle of society and be his legacy. Well, that's a pretty good explanation of like, why does she have all this genetic engineering? This bitch, you get none of that. And it's like, you're not giving me anything to grab onto in this game. You're not giving me anything to get excited about. Compare that to the beginning of Skyrim. Your head is on a chopping block. The Axeman is about to take your head and a dragon attacks. And you've got to like get the hell out of there. That's awesome. And it also sets up the conflict of the entire game, which is dragons are attacking Skyrim and it's bad. It's really, really bad. You don't want that. Trust me, bro. Then you've got Oblivion, the Elder Scrolls 4. You start out as a prisoner and the Emperor himself, who is escaping from assassins, tells you have an urgent mission and he has chosen you to go on this mission. Bam, you are in the story. That the Emperor's been assassinated and you're the only person that can set things right in the land of Cyrodiil. That is excellent storytelling. I could go on. What's the other Bethesda game? Fallout 4. You start out as someone before the bombs fall, and you have to race to the vault. You have to escape the falling of the bombs, and then you find out you're 200 years in the future after being cryogenically frozen. Your son's been kidnapped, your wife has been murdered, and you have to find your son. That's excellent. Starfield is you're a miner. And you had a very relaxing vision. And you've got to tell someone about it. Fuck this game. Fuck Starfield. It's not even, the pronouns are the least of it. But that being said, they don't get off the hook for the pronouns either. Decorum, Captain. American Man 246, excellent. Handle, sir. Welcome aboard. Says, great stream, SAS. Will you ever talk about the woke Fallout New Vegas mod project called Fallout Ashfall? It's a mod that is trying to add pronouns to Fallout. Oh my God. They never sleep, do they? They never sleep, the pronouns crowd. Look at how, like, the whole world, they're like Minecraft players, and the whole world is their Minecraft. and they are building a new future for all of us. They want absolutely everything. I had a picture. I had something. Let me see if I can find this for you real quick. Yes, here it is. Here it is. This is the perfect description in visual form of the world that they're building for us. Share screen. Oh, here we go. Look at this. The circle of diversity, folks. The circle of diversity. It starts with, we demand to be included in your space to make it more diverse and inclusive because, representation matters. Okay, fine. We're nice people. Agree to disagree. We live in a republic of democracy. I'm willing to compromise with you. You can play Warhammer. Okay, fine. We demand that you change this space, Warhammer 40,000, to be less heteronormative and patriarchal to our liking and ban stuff that offends us. And we say, no, we don't want to do that. Well, then you're canceled. And it's like, we demand you be kicked out of this space we created since you offended us and you are a bigot and you're rude. LOL. If you hate us, why not just make your own space? There's Dungeons and Dragons is big enough for everybody. If you don't like Dungeons and Dragons, why don't you make your own Dungeons and Dragons? Which then leads to, okay, we just created something new. It's called the Rippaverse. We demand that Rippaverse include more diversity, even though it has a black protagonist. That doesn't count. It's like, you see how this works? The point is, thank God Japan is Japan. Japan, please listen to me. Listen to me. You might wind up like America's. We're kind of teetering here. You might wind up the last based, essentially Western style civilization that's standing. You cannot let them take your culture from you. You just can't. Please, Japan, I'm begging you for the rest of humanity. Anyway, so there you have it. That is precisely the problem we have with the woke crowd, is that you will never have enough. And I just think, isn't it amazing the energy they put into it? Isn't it incredible how they just never have enough? And they have a work ethic, which is really the problem. The problem is if they were lazy, we probably wouldn't be in such a bad situation. They have a work ethic, folks. But something? There's another group of civilization that has woken up with a work ethic, and that would be us. We of the Fellowship of the Iron Age, just generally normal human beings, right-wing wackos like Bill Maher and Elon Musk, just absolute Matt Taibbi, just wackos, total right-wing crazies who have decided Seth Rogen. No, Seth Rogen. Sorry. I meant Joe Rogan. Right-wing crazies like Joe Rogan. Question. I'm sorry, American. You asked me about the new... the thing is, Okay, I'll tell you about my new Vegas playthrough. I always play as a very heroic, kind of dashing, daring do sort of character. A man with real vim. And who always does the right thing. But then I thought, I want to play a guy who does the bad stuff. But I thought, I've got to make it fun because I kind of don't like being a bad guy in games. So I have to make it kind of fun. So I came up with this idea that my character, because you're shot in the head at the beginning of New Vegas, he was like a really nice guy. This is in my head canon, I'm thinking my character was this really nice guy, never offended anyone in the wasteland, super pleasant, like Milton in Office Space, that's my stapler. Just that kind of a guy, right? And he's on a typical career run, and he gets shot in the head for his trouble, and he wakes up, and he's basically the Joker. He's like, screw this. He's a total nihilist. And I made him like really fat with like he's balding, and he's got like a comb over. I picked the worst comb over I could find. And my idea is he's just an uber nerd who's just had it, and he snapped. And I was having a lot of fun. So like the Caesar's Legion is like, yes, we must punish the wicked. And of course, I chose the worst response, which is like, yes, there is a great beauty to your worldview. So anyway, but I never saw that mod. So I haven't played a lot of Fallout New Vegas. I played the shit out of Fallout 4. I've done like 5 playthroughs of Fallout 4. And I love it. I'm one of the weirdos that likes the voiced character. Look, Mass Effect is my favorite. It's my absolute favorite RPG of all time. And so I just love having a voiced character. And as Fu Man Blue points out, good to see new faces in the chat. Welcome aboard. By the way, there is a link to the Discord that I'm starting in the description of the video. So if you want to get on the Discord, I sent an invite link. It lasts for 7 days. So, oh, cool. I see Elder Lindquist has joined. Excellent. So anyway, I figured we'll throw that in there. So we have somewhere else to chat. And all right. What other chats do we have? Boy, they're coming in fast tonight. Where is the yes, speaking of a-holes from the UK, where is Starfury? Where the hell is he? You know, he's got a work ethic, Starfury has, so. Say at Swords and Starships, that would be Captain Garrett. He sees it easier when he's scanning chat. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. Do the at Swords and Starship, and I see it easier. I'm getting better at this. I'm learning. This is what episode are we? We're on episode 34. I'm told that right around 70 is where is like a new podcast. It's not a podcast, but you get the point. That's essentially when you kind of start to really hit your stride. So I'm thinking, here's my goal. Okay, here's my goal. I'm working on getting Galaxy-born really dialed in so I can really start promoting that heavily this month. So I'm working around the clock on it. That would be link in the description. Galaxy-born, www.galaxyborn.com. That is the science fiction space opera universe that I am working on as my Iron Age answer to what we lack. And, I just enjoy space sci-fi. But anyway, I'm thinking October, this might, don't tell anyone this. Don't, just you and me, just us here. Don't tell anyone else. This is super secret. I might start doing a daily show. in October if I can get Galaxy-born to a good place. So, yes. Hayden says, Japan, please let me in. Please. Yes. Yes, indeed. Let us continue. Let us continue with Az. Now, I want to get to his rant. So he kind of went through all this BS, and then that led to this, which melted the internet.
Comfy chair, turn on my PC. Yeah. Bethesda, I just want to say something to you, Bethesda. Just want to say a little something. Bethesda, there is nothing I love more than to sit down, comfy chair, turn on my PC, fire up a brand new RPG, lose myself, think, oh my God, just think of this world, just think of all the planets I can visit, all the immersive things that I can get involved with, all the fights, all the relationships, all the people I meet, all the places I go. I'm so excited to go there. And I love nothing more than, with all of that laid out in front of me, I love nothing more than to be dragged out at every fucking conceivable opportunity so you can fucking current day us. Sorry, did you want to get immersed in our world? Yeah, well, guess what? Fucking pronouns! Fucking gender ambiguity! Fucking current day Californian shit! Because that's all we fucking know! Because we're boring! We're so
boring!
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 We can't see
Get him,
our
Az!
own
Get him!
fucking reflection!
Get him, Az!
That's the level of our narcissism here at Bethesda Western Game Company. Fuck your immersion. Fuck you having a good time. Fuck you falling into a world and just getting lost. No. Current fucking day. Fuck off. You're boring. You're fucking dull. You have nothing to say. You are a one-hived mind twat waffle. That's all you fucking are. And you wonder why people are getting so fucking sick and tired. You take everything we love, all our emotions, all our fantasies, all our escapism, and you just can't help shovel your dog shit, fucking crap ideology into everything, every single solitary fucking thing.
G'day!
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The full
Shots
context.
fired.
You're not going to convince all the fucking weirdos that already have pronouns.
Hat tip to Geeks and Gamers, Jeremy over there at Cobra Cast. I love Cobra Cast, I'll tell you. I love me some Cobra Cast. And hat tip 199 scan in. And as at Heels versus Babyface, full broadside fired. Full broadside. Direct hit. Catastrophic damage. And, you know, there's all this, what's the big deal? It's just pronouns, bro. It's just pronouns. It's like, yeah, it's just a mask, bro. It's just a jab, bro. It's just. And it's like, no. See, this is the lie. This is the lie that, like, oh, nobody cares about this. It's like, well, it actually was those of us that were willing to live and let live that frankly didn't care enough for a while. And that resulted in absolute totalitarian bullies taking over everything culturally and wrecking everything. So I stand with Az. I stand every single thing he said. Az did nothing wrong. Hat tip or hashtag Az did nothing wrong. Did nothing wrong. You know, it's funny. It's like, I feel like rant. What can I even add to that? That's basically everything. That's basically everything stated accurately. He's not just talking about Starfield. And honestly, Starfield isn't even the wokest thing I've seen in 2023. I mean, it's actually not even that bad. And I don't think he would disagree with that. It just, relatively speaking, the point is, it was that one straw. It was just that, oh, you're a dude. No, I'm a clone of a man. Oh, fuck. Oh, screw you. Oh, Bethesda. It's like, and I'm so with it. We all, you know what? It's like that from the Network, that movie Network, where it's like everyone's screaming out the window, I'm mad as hell and I'm not taking it anymore. This was Az speaking for, I think, on behalf of all of us that just can't stand this shit. We're mad as hell and we're not taking it anymore. You have been warned, as Judge Dredd would say. So there you have it. Let's check out some more of the chat. Got some great camaraderie. I like to see camaraderie in the ranks. Yes, good to see you all. There it is. There's a 199 from Fu Man Blue. And as Hayden puts it, they've been slowly creeping, that being the woke mind virus crowd, have been creeping into everything. They want it all subtly put in, hoping we don't notice until it's just considered normal, but we see it every time. I actually think that was kind of like 4 or 5 years ago. That was where we were at. I think where we're at now is they enjoy the chaos. They actually, I think, have reached a point where they've kind of they're Joffrey torturing Sansa is what they've become. They basically have won a great deal culturally. They've taken a hell of a lot of scalps. They have dude, their trophy room, the woke trophy room, is stuffed to the rafters right now. Consider all of Star Wars, all of Star Trek, the Rings of Power. Frankly, they even got into Game of Thrones, because remember how Game of Thrones used to be about heads getting chopped off and red weddings and all kinds of, grape. Let's just face it. It just the worst shit that humans could do to each other is what torture. Just everything was in Game of Thrones. Everything. And then what did we start hearing? All the articles about, gee, there's a lot of the male gaze in this show, isn't there? And so they even started like taming Game of Thrones, everything. But now they're video games. They've gotten into Bethesda. You can't just pick male or female in a video game anymore. Think about that. And the Razor Fist actually had a great video of this. Check it out too. I had the exact same reaction when I was doing the Starfield character builder, which is like pick body type, pick your preferred pronouns, and all this crap. Nowhere was there a mention of male or female. And and I said, now wait a second. Let's just play the tape all the way through, shall we? Let's say that a transgender person is playing this game. Let's just say it's a female to male transgender person. So that means it is a female who wishes to be a man. Okay, great. Why wouldn't you just play as the man? What's wrong with this picture? Why wouldn't you just play as the man and just enjoy your life? Like, why would you do the whole beauty of, you know what I like doing in RPGs? Here comes a captain's confession. I like playing as a character that I feel is more attractive than I am. I do. Why? Because it's like, I get to fantasize about being a ruggedly handsome Commander Shepard. That's the point of RPGs. It's like you get to pretend to be the thing that you want to be. So it's not about even affirmation. It's not even about getting away with it. They want this. This is what they actually want. They want this anger because they thrive on it. What they don't understand is that there's a problem. There's a problem with pushing people so far that you've backed them into a corner. I mean, it's effectively where we're at. We've been backed into a cultural corner, and that is when a wounded animal is at its most dangerous. So, there you have it. Fu Man Blue says, body type 1, anyone? Yeah, exactly. Dude, so I choose the, I guess, male body type in Starfield. I mean, I'm not a biologist, okay? I'm doing my best as a layman to figure it out. So I choose the ostensibly male body type. It's not called male or man. It's just a thing that looks approximately human. And then you have walk 1 and walk 2. I'm like, walk style 1, walk style 2. I'm like, all right, well, let's see what this is. Walk style 1, and it's a dude walking. I'm like, okay, fine. Walk style 2. Suddenly, it's Scarlett Johansson swinging her hips. And I'm like, dude, I already picked the dude. Why are you giving me this option? I picked the dude. If I wanted to be the chick, I would be the chick. So why do you... So this is what got me thinking. I'm like, so it's not even about transitioning into anything. It's about being a bearded lady. That's what this is about. It's about being a bearded lady and saying, screw you if you don't like it. You think this is ugly, don't you, bigot? Don't you? Don't you think this is ugly, bigot? These are sick people. Like, I mean, like mentally ill people they are resentful and spiteful towards the world. And they have discovered that by claiming that they are a victim who's being oppressed, they have the power to, like Joffrey in Game of Thrones, they can pick the wings off of flies. They can pick at things and they can invite people to fight back. And they like it. Just the way that Joffrey likes it when someone fights back when he's torturing them. It's the same with the Wokies. They like it that we're fighting back. They enjoy it because guess what? They have the upper hand. They have the power. And they know that. They're losing it. Their grip is loosening. Let us not forget how Joffrey's story ended. Let us not forget. It also ended at a wedding, and so it will with them. But in the meantime, they are feeling very proud of themselves. So, anyhow, there you go. Hayden says males tend to take up the qualities of what they are portraying, like games or kids playing with toys, while females tend to put the qualities of themselves onto what they're portraying, such as having a beard. No, exactly. Fu Man Blue says, I didn't see the walk style. I guess in my my BG3 run, because my giant half-orc struts like he's on the runway. Yeah. Baldur's Gate. I wish I could play Baldur's Gate. I don't have a PC, though. I don't have a PC. I know. I am a Mac daddy. I am the daddy. I am the proud daddy of a Mac. That means I'm a Mac daddy. So anyhow, this is the fucking weirdest thing I've ever said. And I said it on the internet. So there you go. All right, what else we got in the stack of stuff? Ahsoka. Oh, yes, that's right. Oh, yes. On that subject, right? So they say, oh, it's just pronouns, bro. It's not a big deal. Now, why do I say that? Because like they basically reacted to Az saying, look at this guy, look at this creep, look how upset he is over words in the English language. Obviously, pronouns are no big deal, right? Right? Oh, except that this from Bounty Gate Comics, Nexus Mods founder confirms the site will delist any mods that remove the pronoun modifier from Bethesda's Starfield. Now, isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? Why, if it's no big deal, would they preemptively preempt? No one has even created this mod yet, and they're warning us, don't you dare take out pronouns. But it's no big deal, bro. It's no big deal. I mean, it's no big deal, but we'll freaking nuke you if you try to take them out. I'll tell you something. I always say, I think we're in a cultural Game of Thrones. There's a reason I choose Joffrey as my example there, is because we are this is a power play. Because if it were just about, I want to be affirmed, then the man who wants to be affirmed as being a woman can just play as the woman and design her to look however he wants her to look, and vice versa. And we could all just move on with our lives. That would be normal. That would be normal human behavior. But that's not what this is about. This is about us bending the knee. And they don't like the idea that someone can modify the game, because that means that they're not bending the knee. And it's funny. I've had a lot of cause to reflect on this lately, and I think that this is very typical of human nature. I think it is very typical of human nature. I think we tend towards aristocracy. I think we tend towards a society in which there's a kind of controlling class, and that's probably just because people who have power tend to accumulate more power, and eventually they solidify their power. And I just think that's why we got to push back. So we got Shade in the chat, says Nexus did this pride flags on Spider-Man too. Oh my God. It's like, but you could, this is the other thing about woke storytelling that is, I always say the problem with woke storytelling is that it's propaganda storytelling, which means that the story takes a back seat to them just getting all their bumper stickers, all their slogans, all their mottos, getting them all out. Only people who have very weak ideas feel this insecure. They always say things like white fragility or nerds that are upset in their basements. It is not we who've been enduring this garbage for years that are fragile. It is the people that feel threatened by the idea that if you put a mod in that will take out that pride flag on your private playthrough, nobody else's playthrough, your private playthrough, you feel so threatened that you will take those things away. That tells me that you have very weak ideas and you're very insecure people, is the woke crowd. So moving on. And on that subject, let us talk about Ahsoka. Oh my God, this show. Okay, so the last episode was called Fallen Jedi. Where do I even begin? So this is the episode where Anakin comes back. Let me just start with this. I wrote this down. So I'm watching this on Disney Plus, and God help me, only for this channel am I a subscriber to Disney Plus. I was boycotting it for a long time before I started this channel. I wrote this down. I was transcribing it on my keyboard as I was watching the show. This is a literal sample of dialogue from the first 5 minutes of Ahsoka episode 4. Sabine, don't worry about me. Ahsoka, I'm not. Sabine, good. Ahsoka, should I be? Sabine, what? Ahsoka, worried? Question mark? Sabine, nope. That is Dave Filoni writing dialogue, folks. I'm going to play that back for you again. Don't worry about me. I'm not. Good. Should I be? What? Worried? Nope. The absolute. This is what I mean when I say. And by the way, I'm playing that at twice speed for you. That's me replaying the scene for you at twice speed because it really goes more like, "Don't worry about me. I'm not. Good. Should I be? What?" Now, listen. As a writer myself, when I was really in the early days having to like get better at it, this was the thing I learned. It's like when you're writing dialogue, you should be very careful about overuse of questions because overuse of questions is actually kind of a crutch that very low talent, let's just say less experienced writers will tend to rely upon. By the way, I've been to a lot of writing groups, I could tell you, and the least skilled writers, like the kind of people that you're like, you got a long road ahead of you, buddy. And this is the way they wrote. They would write dialogues like this. Don't worry about me. I'm not. What? Worried. Oh, good. No, you're not advancing the plot. You're not saying anything. Do you know what this reminds me of? I'll tell you exactly. I'll tell you exactly what the dialogue on this show reminds me of.
And I think the first part of this issue that should be articulated is AI is kind of a fancy thing. It's, first of all, it's 2 letters. It means artificial intelligence. But ultimately...
Chill out, dickwad.
There you go. That's what it reminds The captain has discovered memes. Anyway, let me give you another example of the dialogue on Ahsoka. I know how much Ezra means to you. Sometimes we have to do what's right, regardless of personal feelings. Fortune cookie bullshit dialogue, but all right, I interrupted myself. I know how much Ezra means to you. Sometimes we have to do what's right, regardless of personal feelings. You really believe that? When the stakes are high, I have to. As Az would say, you're doing me head in! I'm like, what is this? I know. I know how much Ezra means to you. This is bullshit soap opera melodrama. They have gone over this. This is the 4th episode, folks. This is the way all the dialogues have gone in this entire show. Reference past character from Rebels in a kind of meaningless way that doesn't actually establish tension, stakes, or an objective. I know how much Ezra means to you. This is, by the way, what talented writers would call as you know, Bob dialogue. As you know, Bob dialogue is a rookie mistake in which, in order to dump exposition, or I guess to pass the time, if you don't even have exposition to dump, what you would say is, well, as you know, X exposition things happened. But what they're actually saying to the other character is something that character already knows. That character already knows everything that they just heard. But so it's a very weak way of introducing exposition. The weird thing here is this is, as you know, Bob, that's not even exposition of anything new. There's not even anything we're learning about the backstory. We already know. We already know she's got this thing about, we got to find Ezra. We got to find Ezra. Everybody's got to find Ezra. Meanwhile, if I've never seen Star Wars Rebels, I have no idea who they're talking about or why they need to find him or what even happened to him. This show hasn't established anything about the backstory. So this is just soap opera dialogue that's filling time. Then she says, sometimes we have to do what's right, regardless of personal feeling. What is she talking about? What is it they have to do? There's no clarity at all. It's completely vague. Every dialogue in the show is vague. The stakes are vague. Oh, Thrawn might come back. Thrawn might come back. Okay, what's the problem with Thrawn coming back? Well, he's a really good military tactician. Okay, what does that mean? Well, it means he could reorganize the Empire and get it going again. Okay, how long would that take? How close would he be to that goal? What would be his final? What would be his end game? What imminent attack would we be worried about? We don't have any clue about any. All we have is this vague, nebulous idea that apparently a somewhat competent military tactician might return to the galaxy and attempt to reorganize a beaten political polity. Gee, I'm really on the edge of my seat here, Disney. So, but I love how this show, it not only can they not, like, the silence is as useless as the dialogue, because then she says, well, sometimes we have to do what's right because of personal fit. You really believe that? That's just reflective. That's just reflecting the dialogue back between the characters. It's like a game of dialogue pong. When the stakes are this high, I have to. What does that mean? When the stakes are, how high are the stakes? I don't understand how high the stakes are. That's part of the problem with this show. But when the stakes are this high, I have to. So essentially what Ahsoka is saying is, we have a job to do. I know how much you would rather go off mission. I'm helping them here. I know how much you would rather just go off mission and go save Ezra, but we need to stay focused on the mission. We have a job to do. Sometimes we just have to put our personal feelings aside and just do it. Do you really believe that? When the stakes are this high, I have to. Meaning I have to make myself believe something. It's like, why not? I hate the dialogue of this show. I absolutely hate it. So then you've got, so the episode opens up. They're stuck on this planet. They're in this forest. The Balin's Jedi Chihuahua. What's her name? Shin. I swear, the names are getting to be as boring as the DMV visits in Star Wars these days. But Shin Hati was not a hottie. Let me just tell you that much. They have to go and stop the Jedi who are in the forest, and a bunch of these anti-Jedi robots attack. And, the thing that never fails in this show is nothing. There is never a tactically sound action that is ever taken on the part of one character to another. It's maddening, folks. It is absolutely maddening. So you've got this robot, Hu Yang, who is trying to repair the ship. His back is turned. Again, like all of the show, you're constantly ahead of it. You already know the attack is coming. You're just waiting for it, which is like causing me huge anxiety. But do they try and snipe him from the tree? They all have guns. I'm sorry, blasters. They all have blasters. They could snipe him from the tree line. Do they do that? No. They try to attack him in melee from behind, allowing him to have a pointless hand-to-hand combat scene. It's like, look, it's droids fighting each other. What does one protagonist think of this? I bet no, I shouldn't pick on this guy. It's not nice. I'm just curious. I bet he loved this scene. I bet he just loved it. Let me see if I can find it. Well, what do I know? He's got a lot more subscribers than I do. More power to him. Yeah, here we go. Episode 4. Yeah, here we go.
Ooh, I think there's going to be some laser sword fighting today. Hey, everyone. Jeremy here. Welcome to the...
Hey, nothing against this guy whatsoever. He's living his best life. Nothing against him. I'm as I always say, this is for science, folks. I'm just studying the species, okay? I'm just trying to figure out what makes them tick. Purely an impartial scientific observer. Let's see if I can find the scene where Hu Yang gets attacked. I think this is it.
Drove a wedge between them, but they still haven't...
Yeah, there it is. Yeah.
No,
so Hu Yang's repairing the ship.
I kind of think that's what drove a wedge between them, but they still haven't explained that one yet.
Is that a note of fear in your voice?
No, here it is.
Opening.
Finally, some progress.
Right, so this is what I'm talking about. He's repairing the ship. They could have sniped it from the trees, but what do? This is what they do.
He's about to get attacked. Are we about to see what he can actually do? Heck yeah!
So good! It's so good!
Oh, come on. All the skills you have. I was like, you got to be able to... There it is.
He doesn't care. He doesn't care that there's no tactical purpose whatsoever in this method of attack. He's just happy. He's just happy that he gets to see the robot jocks. He's just happy that he gets to see the rock'em sock'em. Oh, that's awesome. Show him your skills. Nothing against him. Nothing whatsoever. Nothing but love. Subscribe to his channel if you're interested. I'm just saying, like, why doesn't he care? Why doesn't he care that, like, there's no tactical advantage to sneaking, to like, attacking this robot, this droid, in hand-to-hand combat when you have no less than 4 attackers who could all open fire on him at the same time? He doesn't have force powers. He's a droid. So he couldn't, like, pull out his lightsaber and block him. It's very frustrating. Yes. Hayden with it. You're fucking boring. You're boring. Yes. My God, I can't stand this fan cam stuff. LOL. And I'm a fan cam of one protagonist right now. All right, let's have some more fun with them, shall we? Now listen. If this guy were out there on the internet, bullying people about their pronouns and stuff like that, I'd have no time for him, and I would not be being nice. But look, if you like what you like, I wouldn't tell someone not to enjoy the show. The world needs more happy in it. However, on his behalf, unsolicited, of course, I am advocating for better content than this. I really am. Can I find, does he have like this opening dialogue? He probably does have it right here.
Ezra.
Yeah, there it is. I know how much you care about Ezra.
I'm extremely excited for this, and I just want to get into
How,
it.
sir? How?
If we can't make the journey to find Ezra, then no one should.
Saw this coming.
It won't come to that.
Dude, I have seen every single thing that happens in the show that doesn't. Basically, a show where nothing really happens. I've seen everything coming. It's agonizing.
It might have already.
He'd be stranded out there. Maybe this time for good.
Better that than allowing Thrawn's return as heir to the Empire.
Oh my God.
She doesn't know.
Be careful out here.
If Sabine can let go of her attachment to let go of Ezra.
You know what? I think I have a hypothesis, folks, that, I'm looking through my microscope here at the other species. I think I might have a theory. This is my theory. He likes soap operas. Look, current Disney Star Wars fans, they like the soap opera. That's it. It doesn't matter to them that the dialogues are circular and say nothing. It doesn't matter to them that the lightsaber fights are bland and repetitive. It doesn't matter to them that the heroes are just as incompetent as all the villains they fight, which reminds me of something a friend of mine used to say when we were playing Halo and he was watching 2 really bad players try to kill each other. He'd be like, it's like watching 2 retards try to fuck. That is what the fights in this show are like. It's like watching 2 retards try to fuck. It is absolutely agonizing to watch. He doesn't care about any of that. What he likes is, oh, that was a line about Ezra. Oh, I like that. Oh, that was a line about Anakin. Oh, that's a reference to Anakin. Oh, she still has hard feelings about the whole Anakin thing. Oh. That's soap opera for you, folks. That's all a soap opera is. It's just mulching over all the lore of all this. And this is what by the way, this is exactly what Star Trek has turned into. And I am much more of a Trekkie than I am a Star Wars guy. I'm kind of a normie when it comes to Star Wars. Look, on this stream, I called it a bantha tank. It's Star Fury. We're here. I called it a bantha tank. It's a bantha tank. It's an acronym. Anyway, but don't tell anyone that. Don't tell anyone that I said that. I don't want this getting out, okay? That's an old Rush Limbaugh technique, by the way. He'd be like, he's talking to 60 million people. He's like, don't tell anyone I said this. Anyway, hat tip, R.I.P. The great El Rushbo, lovable little fuzzball. Anyhow, that's it. That's what it is. He's here for the soap opera. He doesn't care. And look, you know, you like a soap opera, fine. Why did it have to be Star Wars, though, bro? Why did they have to do this? They've chickified it. They've chickified Star Wars because, I mean, I feel like it's a bit. I feel like I need to give chicks more credit than this, but I feel like this is all you really care about is just hearing how your characters are doing. This is like dime novel stuff. It reminds me of how Quentin Tarantino said, this is what TV has turned into. TV has turned into everything as a soap opera now. I like drama. I even like a little bit of melodrama once in a while. I would say that Stranger Things 4 was pushing the absolute limits of turning into melodrama, and it was just shy of it enough that I loved it anyway. But there's a way to do this. There's a way to do this that is not insufferable. Shane, LOL. Boobad Blue says, yeah, he looks like a young girl watching a soap. Oh, no. Oh, no. I didn't say it. I didn't say it. Poor one protagonist. Look what I've done. Look what I've done. I've brought it. No. But he is. He is. He's like, well, let's check back in with one protagonist, shall we? Let me find like a piece of the show that I want to critique also, because you know, it's actually kind of hard to keep critiquing Ahsoka. I'm going to tell you right now, it's kind of difficult because really everything I've said about it remains the same. There are long pauses in every line of dialogue. There is walking with arms crossed. There is expressionless faces on every character, unless they want to speak to the manager. There, every now and then, Hera wants to speak to the manager, and she gets a little bit of a crease in her brow. Other than that, it's like dead. They are walking, talking, just corpses. They have no expression whatsoever. So I really can't say very much new about the show because it just continues to be that. It's like, it's the most vapid. This is the funny thing. It's like Star Wars, Disney Star Wars has released a lot of freaking garbage. And I got to tell you, I actually think this is, it's hard to like compare them all because, you know, Mandalorian season 3 was actually kind of entertaining because of how stupid it was, like with the pterodactyl and the crocodile and all that shit. That was pretty funny, actually. I kind of enjoyed some of that, like the pterodactyl coughing up the kid. That was, what the fuck was that? I kind of enjoyed that. I kind of enjoyed watching how stupid it was. You know, Ahsoka, though. Ahsoka is like, there's nothing here. There's zero substance. I think it has I'm serious about this. It has the least substance of any Star Wars property I have ever seen. I am baffled by how so little can happen in so much time. It's unbelievable. Does he like this scene?
Going at that thing. Oh my god.
Wait.
X-Wing?
Thanks for joining the party, Carson.
Oh no. Oh no, it's Jason Sedula. Oh no. I forgot about this. Look at this. Look, by the way, one of the worst problems with this show is there is no timeline. I don't understand when and where we are in this universe. Well, really, to be fair, I don't understand when we are. How long after the fall of the Empire? When in relation to Mandalorian? What season of Mandalorian? How far are we away from Force Awakens? I mean, I'm pretending I care. But I'm just saying, like, without that reference, I really can't even understand the stakes in any of this universe. Any of it. I don't know how close we are to Force Awakens, so I can't really, you know, I'm just putting myself in the shoes of someone who's invested in this. How can you be invested in it? Because you don't even know when things are good. Anyway, So part of the problem with this is it's basically season 5 of Rebels, but Rebels ended with Jason Segula being a kid. He's still a kid. It's like The Simpsons. The kid never grows up. I'm like, so how does that make any sense?
Thanks for joining the party, Carson.
Wouldn't miss it, General. You know, you're risking an awful lot by doing this.
Oh my goodness.
Oh.
We've now got a strike team going at that thing. Oh my god. Ooh.
We've got he said we have a strike team. I know. Dude, is he taking a shit? What is happening here? We have a strike team. Oh my god. It's fine. It's fine. Everything is fine. Dude, what? So yeah, he's referring to the part of the episode where they have this big hyperspace ring. And this giant hyperspace ring is constructed for, I think, the actual one kind of interesting plot element in this entire show, which is the idea that they're going to go to another neighboring galaxy and they're going to retrieve Admiral Thrawn. Now, I find the concept of going to another galaxy kind of interesting. And I think, well, there's something there. They could actually have kind of an interesting story with that. They'll do nothing with it. Giving them an interesting plot point is just throwing it away with Dave Filoni. By the way, written, directed, this is all Filoni. I used to admire this guy. I really did. I used to think he was a talented writer. Maybe he was at some point, but dude, he has shit the bed big time, folks. But anyway, so she's got a couple of New Republic fighters, and they're heading towards this ring. I'm going to tell you right now, this show is written by people who have zero understanding, appreciation, or love for military tactics. Like zero. They have no understanding of how, defensible positions work, or how dogfights work, or how sword fights work, or how getting stabbed with a sword works. Like, they don't understand anything. It's unbelievable. And so they're approaching this hyperlight ring, right? And so they say, oh, they don't have any fighters. They're not launching fighters. Okay. So they've got a clear shot at it. Yes, we have to take it out. We can't let it escape. And I'm thinking, okay, that implies some kind of objective, some kind of stakes. And then what happens? They just take off. They just take off, and it wipes out. Basically, Hera is flying her squadron straight at this thing, right? She hasn't fired at it yet. She hasn't done anything yet. And it just takes off. And it wipes out the hyperspace trail, if you will, wipes out like 5 of the fighters. So she is a general who has just led her squadron into an absolute death trap with no plan and got like 3 fighters killed. She's got 3 fighters totally killed. Oh no, it got away. I'm like, what was your plan there? What was your plan there, dickhead? I don't even but one protagonist is very happy with it. And who am I to judge? Look at this chick. This is her expression 24. This is women with no expression, this show. Oh, God. The lightsaber fights are so bad. Ray Stevenson, this is embarrassing. It is embarrassing to see Ray Stevenson in this show. It's amazing, too. Every time the man speaks, there is weight. There is gravity to it. Oh, yeah, here it is. Here it is.
I don't think they're sticking around for a fight.
She doesn't fire anything at it.
Okay,
she just flies straight at it like a dodo bird. Look, how can he be in suspense? How can you be in suspense, sir? You know what's going to happen. You just nothing in this show is ever surprising.
Oh.
Mom? I've got a bad feeling.
Cringe does not even begin to describe this show, folks. Does not even begin to describe this show. It's even worse. She's got her son, her child is in the co-pilot seat, and she just blundered. She just blundered straight into the path of a ship trying to take off, did nothing tactically to stop it. She almost got her son killed. She got 3 of her pilots killed. Zero reaction. Just, well, that didn't work out, did it? Like, unbelievable. Oh my God. Fu Man Blue. Okay, folks, I'm coining a new phrase. Remember, you heard it here first. I hereby dub the current day female acting style as dollface. No, Fu Man Blue. I object. Dollface is an old-timey term for an attractive woman. Hey there, dollface. Fancy meeting you in this gin joint. Don't worry about it, dollface. Let me light you a smoke. You know, it's like the old school Humphrey Bogart phrase. How about you got to go back to the drawing board, Fu Man Blue. You got to get me a better one. She was so good in Daredevil. She for sure can act. I probably missed the context on that one. Yes, indeed. Hayden says the makeup and costumes look horrible, and Rosario Dawson doesn't work as Ahsoka for me. When she popped up in Mandalorian, I was like, oh no, this doesn't work. But my DSW fan friends liked it. Disney Star Wars, but yeah, I was okay. I'll tell you what, Hayden, I was actually pretty happy with the appearance of Ahsoka in Mandalorian, and I was still enjoying elements of Mandalorian. The first 2, I liked the first season, and I liked mostly the second season. I liked about half of the episodes in the second season. I liked her episode. Now, I was a bit blue-pilled because I didn't see that, like, there was no actual substance to any of this. It was just a series of, like, cameos. And because, you know, I used to give a lot more of the benefit of the doubt. Be like, okay, they're setting something up here. They're setting up it turns out all they're doing is they're just setting up member berries for their next TV show. But, you know, the thing is, Ahsoka, when she came back in Star Wars Rebels, I was, you know, there's a thing in cartoons I don't like, which is characters that don't change. You know, that kind of annoys me. It's it's fine in The Simpsons and in South Park because it's part of the joke. But when it's like a serious show, I don't like it when characters don't progress or advance. It's actually one of the reasons I like a lot of animes, because in anime, they often do this very well, where a character is a different person by the end of the story. So I liked it that when Ahsoka shows up in Star Wars Rebels, she's wiser, she's more mature, she's got more seasoning. She's not quite as zippy and peppy as she was in the Clone Wars, but there's definitely glimmers of that same Ahsoka, who had kind of like, in fact, I would even say like the final season, that the last season of Clone Wars where they did the Order 66 and everything. I thought that Ahsoka at the end there was pretty impressive in terms of like a character arc from beginning to end. She still had a lot of like youthful energy to her, but she also was very like world weary, she was much smarter. She was much more tactically sound. She kind of stood her ground on things. That was all pretty good. So when I saw Rosario Dawson kind of doing this very kind of wise and quiet, stoic Ahsoka, I kind of at first was okay with it because I thought, oh, okay, yeah, she's doing a sort of a wise, world-weary Ahsoka. The problem is that is where her performance begins and ends. Like 100%. And the other thing, too, is these writers, I should say just not just Dave Filoni, any of the writers on Disney Star Wars, any of them, but Dave Filoni in particular here, they don't understand how to write action, military tactics. They don't understand how to write wisdom. Like, this is a very important point. They don't understand how to write wise characters. And this is, you don't have to actually be a super wise person. You know, when you're writing, if you're doing it well, usually you can write characters that are smarter than you are. And you should be. You should be writing characters that are smarter than you are or more interesting than you are, because that's the whole point. And this can be done if you have an appreciation and a discipline in your craft. But the minute you become arrogant and begin thinking that you are the source of all your creativity, you you actually start to write characters that are dumb. You actually start to write characters that are predictable. And I would say that these characters, you know, when Yoda would speak about faith and using the Force and, you know, just that amazing, it gives me chills every time I watch it. When he lifts Luke's X-Wing out of the swamp and he puts it down and Luke is like, I can't believe it. And Yoda's like, that is why you failed. Now that is wisdom because there is substance there. He's teaching Luke a lesson. You know, he could have demonstrated 1,000 other Force maneuvers up to that point, but he didn't. He never demonstrates his power until the absolute all is lost moment for Luke. When Luke has totally given up, that is the only time that he finally demonstrates to Luke what's possible, because he wanted Luke to figure it out for himself. But when he got to a point where it was like, okay, it's clear that he's kind of drifting here, he needs a lifeline, then Yoda gave him one very carefully chosen demonstration of how the Force can be made an ally. And that blew Luke's mind. Luke is absolutely, by the way, we as the audience are stunned. We as the audience are stunned along with Luke because we're like, wow. By the way, that was the most powerful thing we'd ever seen the Force do up to that point. We'd never seen this, The Empire Strikes Back. We'd never, I don't have to tell you that, my dear sailors and star nuts. That was the most we'd ever seen the Force do. It lifted an entire plane. Oh my God. Wow. But that's so important. It's so important because it was not because it's cool. Hey, Dave Filoni, Jon Favreau, Kathleen Kennedy, pull up a chair. I'm educating you. I'm educating you. That was not, Yoda did not demonstrate the X-Wing lift because it was cool and it showed you how much the Force can do. He did it to demonstrate where Luke's thinking was limiting him. He did it to show Luke that his view of the Force was wrong, so that his mind would expand and he would be open to the possibility that he too could do this. That is wisdom. That's wisdom. Now, what they think wisdom is in Ahsoka is, are you worried? No, don't worry about me. Should I? What? Worry? Nope. The absolute state of Disney Star Wars. I'll tell you something else. Like when these characters are facing each other, preparing to fight each other, drawing a lightsaber, talking, looking, flying, anything. The utter sluggishness. I mean, it's like, I just want to like pull my hair out. The utter sluggishness of these characters. Please, somebody in the show run and not look weird doing it. That would be nice. Another thing occurred to me also, that there is not an ounce of verisimilitude with these actors, which is a very snooty intellectual word that just means something that appears real, something that feels authentic, like true to, like relatable to real life. Okay. And I think this is another thing. I think that, you know, like Star Trek in the hands of Kurtzman, I think Disney Star Wars has fallen into the hands of people who either don't care about it, don't actually really like it. They just think they do. Like Kathleen Kennedy is just stealing. She's just stealing the clout that Star Wars has earned. Hence the Force is female. Or they're just so up their own asshole, like Dave Filoni. You know, Dave Filoni is just a kid showing you all of his favorite toys. That is all he's doing. He's just, oh, remember this from my show, Star Wars Rebels? Okay, now I'm going to show you something from Clone Wars. Are you ready for the? Oh, wait. Put that away. I have to show you something from my episode of Ahsoka in Boba Fett. That's basically what Dave Filoni is. Now, the problem with this is that they're misunderstanding what makes science fiction, fantasy, anything really relatable, which is actual human feelings, actual human experiences. And I think that when you have people that are not truly appreciating the world, you know, that they're like faux nerds, let's just say, like they don't actually understand the world. They don't like it. They look down at it like, oh, this is sci-fi. Dude, that's Kurtzman to a T. Alex Kurtzman, I seriously think he looks at Star Trek and he thinks it's weird. It's dorky. What's with all the science talk? It's boring. Like, I think that's how he looks at it. It's how all of his writers look at it. You know what would make this better? What would make this better is Klingons singing with autotune. That would make this way cooler. And lots of jokes about Spock, because he's very odd. He's autistic. That's what a Vulcan is. And so the point is they substitute actual relatable human experiences for just spectacle, because to them, that's what sci-fi is. That's what fantasy is. And I submit to you that Star Wars is really, at its core, a fundamentally human story. I'm talking, of course, of the original series and, the prequels, I would say, fair enough to include in that. These are human stories about sacrifice, about temptation, about good versus evil. And in order for you to be invested in that, there must be verisimilitude. There must be a sense that the actual characters experience the fear of Darth Vader. They must experience the danger of the moment. I'll tell you something. That run of Empire Strikes Back, which is my favorite of all the Star Wars films, that run of the movie where Han is fleeing from the Empire is one of the most harrowing and exciting sequences of events in pretty much all the Star Wars films, I think, because he is constantly one heartbeat away from the Empire catching him. He is one, and of course, everything that can go wrong in the Falcon is going wrong, and it's just so cool. And I just think that there is a real palpable sense of fear in Han Solo through that entire sequence of the movie, because he's literally got the Empire breathing down his neck, and he's terrified, and he's thinking on his feet, and he's doing everything he can. I get none of that from Mary Elizabeth Winstead Hera. Boring. General Sedula. Okay. I get none of that from Ahsoka. I get none of that from Sabine. I get none of that from Bo-Katan. I get none of that from Din Djarin. I get none of that from Boba Fett. They're boring, every single one of them. I think it's a huge problem. But if I had to say one good thing, I would say Ray Stevens' costume is rad. Ray Stevens' costume in the show is pretty damn cool, I have to say. It's kind of got it's almost like a Game of Thrones costume. Oh, dude, okay. Last thing on this, and then we'll move on. Because we got to play we can't bury the lead here. So it ends with Ahsoka getting pushed off a cliff in one of the weirdest moments of choreography I've ever seen it. It is super weird. It's like she's backed up against a cliff. They're doing that typical thing where they're sabers are locked. And then Ray Stevenson basically just does another hit on her saber. He strikes her saber again, and she just kind of goes, and she just falls off. And I'm like, what? Anyway, so she falls off a cliff, but she's fine. And this is where we find her. So let's see what one protagonist. This is my good friend. I'm gonna invite him on the show sometime. I'd be nice to him. I really would. I'd have a conversation with him.
Well, I'm assuming she's just hanging on an edge somewhere. Or in the ocean. Where are you? Oh my God. Oh my God. She's in the world between worlds.
Which nobody who has not watched the Star Wars Rebels show would ever know. I watched Star Wars Rebels, all of it. I didn't even remember this. I really didn't.
How? Why? It had to have pulled her there.
I guess. I mean, sure.
Did he just... He just said all of it.
I didn't expect to see you so soon.
Oh my God, this. Oh my God, this. As Salty Cracker would say.
Oh my God.
De-aged Hayden Christensen. There you go, folks. There you go. Oh no. How dare you, Dave Filoni? I mean, seriously. How fucking dare you? Can I just level with Dave Filoni for a second here? Just writer to writer. You have a duty, sir. Sir, you have a duty. A duty to these characters. To just throw them in a blender just because, oh look, I'm gonna get the claps. It's like there's no substance to anything in this show. It's cheap and it's lazy, and I'm tired of it. Yes, indeed, Hayden. Got that one. I'm sure she saw that she could land somewhere below and decided to let Sabine go off with Rey. It makes no sense. I'm sure it could be the plan. LOL. Yes. Yeah, she just falls off the cliff. She winds up in the Phantom Zone or whatever it is. That's right. I forget that Ray Stevenson's character convinces that would be what's his name? Baylor? Lord Baylor. Why, by the way, how come they never explain what these not Jedi are? Because they never say Sith, they never say Inquisitor, they never say that, but they say, I am no Jedi. It's okay, fine. What are you? So that I can like understand the story. But like, he could be interesting. That's the funny thing. I find myself curious about his character, but they never ever delve into it. He never says anything that is not designed to simply mulch over whatever the witch is talking about or whatever Sabine is talking about or Ahsoka. It's like he's the most interesting character, but he never talks about himself. He never talks about his motivations. I don't understand what he wants. I don't understand why he's even in this. But anyway, he convinces Sabine to come with him. And, there's one kind of nice save the cat moment for Baylor there, which if you don't know, that's a reference to Blake Snyder's Save the Cat. Save the Cat is an action a character takes, which makes you like them. And it makes them sympathetic. That's kind of a cool deal. His Save the Cat moment is right after him and Sabine strike a deal, which is Sabine, she takes the map and she's threatening to destroy it. By the way she's threatening to destroy this map, she's got it in her hand and she's got a blaster, right? She's aiming the blaster at the thing in her hand. She is going to blow off all 4 of her fingers if she shoots this thing. So I'm like, dude, why not just put it on like the ground and aim at it? Like, why? Anyway. And so Balon and her reach an agreement. I'll help you find Ezra. You come with me. I'll help you find Ezra. I'll get Thrawn. We all go home happy. It'll all be chill. And Sabine likes this idea and she decides to go for it. Well, then Shin Hati, the Chihuahua, shows up and tries to stab her in the back. She like force chokes her, which she should have done like 30 minutes ago when she discovered Sabine had no force powers. But anyway, and then Ray Stevenson's character, Baylor, says, no, I made a deal. And unlike the Jedi, I honor my word. And I thought, hey, that's pretty cool. I like that. It just goes to show you that there was potential somewhere buried deep under all this filth. So Hayden says, I got to run work calls. Have a good rest of the stream. Thanks, Hayden. Appreciate you showing up. Permission to disembark granted, sir. Granted. Fu Man Blue says, I'm sure she saw she could land somewhere below. Oh, yes, I got that one. Cool. Fu Man Blue says, why wouldn't he just force grab the ball and let the silly girl blow off her own arm? I know. Believe me, Fu Man. You could EFAP this thing and it would be the gift that kept on giving. In fact, maybe we'll watch some of Mahler's react. Mahler did like a reaction stream on EFAP. It was so hilarious. They're literally just over just the first episode. They're like, wait, she's going to take that map. Oh, where's she going to go with that map? Actually, they pointed out something I missed, which is, so they have this highway on Lothal that leaves the city. By the way, there is never anyone on this highway ever, except for some reason, Sabine. She's the only one. Whenever she wants to piss off and be emo, be an SJW who's so cool, she gets on her speeder and goes on this highway. Well, the highway, in addition to having no purpose, in addition to having no one on it, and just going in a straight line, I didn't even catch that, there's a point where it just runs out. It just turns into field at a certain point. And someone in the stream's like, so this just is a road to nowhere? What is the purpose of this road? Dude, that road is a metaphor for this entire show. It's an absolute metaphor for the entire show. All right. So we got to talk about One Piece. This, because I think that really the antidote to stuff like Ahsoka is One Piece. And we're going to get into that. But first, a word from our sponsors. That is a short break, and I will be right back. And we are back. And I am so sorry, Rumble chat. I totally was derelict in my duty. We have Scream in the Rumble chat saying current Star Wars is AI dialogue. Oh my God, you're so right about that. You're so hail to the Rumble chat. And laughing at my reference to Salty Army. Also said, I had lofty hopes for Ahsoka, but it is very hard to watch. A grand fall from Clone Wars and even Rebels. That is no joke. You ain't kidding. You ain't kidding. I'll tell you something. I really liked Star Wars Clone Wars. I liked parts of Rebels. Rebels is tougher for me because it's very much more of it struck me as a kind of Nickelodeon style show. There was a lot of wish fulfillment kind of stuff in it. You know, Ezra, like how can I best put this? The character of Wesley Crusher on Star Trek Next Generation is awful. I hate that character. Almost any episode. Actually, you know, some of the last episodes with him where he was just like a Star Wars ensign, a Starfleet cadet, and he was in training and stuff. And then he was kind of more like just a normal officer in the fleet. Well, then actually he was kind of okay. Because then it was just, he's, you know, and he actually failed at some things in Starfleet Academy, which made him more human a little bit. Anyway, but my point is, in the early days, he was just this whiz kid genius who could just build from scratch miracle technologies that the chief engineer of the Enterprise couldn't even build, you know, before Geordi was even the chief engineer. And it's like, this is, and Gene Roddenberry flat out admitted this is a wish fulfillment character. This is who I would have wanted to be if I were in the Star Trek universe. It's like, well, dude, that's like fan fiction, man. Like, that's super lame. You know, it's like Picard and Riker and all the other characters. It took them years at the Academy to learn what they had to learn to become those professionals that they are. But Wesley Crusher is just this boy genius who can just do anything. He was a Marty Stew. Well, that's just kind of a wish fulfillment. And that's just kind of how some of Rebels struck me with like Ezra. He got better though. And I will say when Vader shows up in Rebels, That was done really well. Really freaking well. And I liked Ahsoka in Rebels when she showed up. Also, I thought she added a lot to the show. And I'll tell you something else. I liked Hera. Hera was actually Hera was one of the best characters on the show because she seemed the most tactically sound. She seemed the most kind of normal. You know, she wasn't like zipping, bouncing off the walls all the time. She wasn't like the SJW. Sabine was always super annoying. I always disliked Sabine. And I didn't like Zeb because he seemed like he was sort of played for laughs too much. I do like Chopper, though. Chopper's great. In fact, Chopper is fine in the Ahsoka show as well. But the thing is, the characters had life to them. They had life and panache. You know, they had even Hera from the Star Wars Rebels show was super. There was just a sense of like acting. Like, what else can I say? There was an expressiveness to her face. Mary Elizabeth Winstead is like a dead fish. She is a dead fish of an actress. I'm telling you, I mean, obviously, she couldn't possibly be more insufferable than Morfydd Clark as Galadriel, but because at least she's not always demanding to see the manager and also then threatening the manager. They're boring and lifeless, dude. Absolutely lifeless. And it's such a shame too. And I think a lot of it is because Dave Filoni is let's just say it. He's basically masturbating to his own Star Wars shows in this show. And it's really awful to watch. It's bad, dude. This is what happens to a writer who starts to believe his own legend. I'm telling you right now, if you're an artist or a creative, the minute you start to believe your own legend, this is what you turn into. And it's really, unless he was, this is the thing that's tricky about shows, right? You don't know how many writers had a hand in how good it was. So it's like maybe he got too much credit in any case. But yeah, Zeb represented the white knuckle dragger, to be honest. Look, when he was kind of a grunt in the shit and he was doing his thing and he was a tough SOB, like I liked him. I liked him a lot. And he was a cool species. I liked his species. When he was kind of just a salty, you know what he was? He was the old sailor in like nautical terms. He was the old sailor who's been doing this for a long time and he's getting too old for this shit. Like when he was just that, I thought he was pretty cool. The problem with, no offense to anyone who likes cartoons. I'm not going all Matt Walsh on you here. I'm just saying for me, cartoons they wear on me a little bit when they just get too childish, which brings me neatly along to what I have to say is one of the most surprisingly kind of childish shows. Childish might be the wrong word, but it brings me along to One Piece, which is definitely not something I would have watched. It is not something I would have watched unless it had it not been for the word of mouth. Definitely anytime I hear Netflix has released a new live action show, pass. Like hard pass. I don't care. They release so much original garbage on Netflix. It is stunning. It is absolutely stunning. And and like Disney, they never seem to learn. Or so it would seem. And especially anything that they adapt from anime seems to be just garbage every time. Anything that's an adaptation on Netflix is an absolute trash fire. So imagine my surprise when guys like Yellow Flash and others are saying, and there was an article also that I read on this stream a couple of weeks ago about how the creator of One Piece, the One Piece manga, Ichiro Oda, he was kind of gatekeeping on the show. And he said, well, there was an executive producer on One Piece that basically said, we learned a lot from the failure of Cowboy Bebop. We learned a lot. We learned that we need to be more faithful to the source material. And that combined with Yellow Flash kind of recommending the show made me think about it. I said, you know what? I'll check it out. I will check it out. And I can tell you that I prefer more grounded fantasy, more grounded science fiction, that's like my favorite thing. So it's definitely kind of off my preferred genre, I would say. But I start watching it, and immediately what struck me about it is the setup of the world was instant, clear, and brilliant. Basically, the setup for One Piece is this. It is a fantasy world in which it's a water world, basically, with all islands. By the way, I've never seen the anime or read the manga. I did watch an episode of the anime to compare, which is pretty interesting. But having never seen the source material, right? This is my first introduction. It is a water world covered by islands, which is pretty cool. Kind of reminds me of the Pirates of the Dark Water, which I loved as a kid. And the idea is that pirates are out there. They're bad, but the Marines are cracking down on them. So we begin with a scene at a gallows where the commander of the Marines is executing the most feared pirate in all the seas, which would be Gold Rogers. And he kind of gleefully proclaims, "You didn't get my treasure. All of my treasure has been hidden somewhere on an island." Because the whole idea is that, piracy's pretty much been put down. It's been put down, snuffed out. Pirates are on the way out. Nobody wants to be a pirate anymore. It's become too dangerous. So this pirate, Gold Rogers, who's about to be put to death, he's kind of the equivalent of like a Blackbeard in this world. And he basically says, "I hid my huge fortune all in one place, somewhere in this world. And I did it so that all you pirates would go find it. So go be a pirate and see if you can find it." And then he kind of gleefully goes to his death happy because he's just totally reignited the craze of being a pirate. Now that's a really damn good setup for a world because I immediately understand the world. It's mostly water, lots of oceans. Obviously, this is a maritime world. It's fantasy. I immediately understand that this is fantasy. I'm not to look at this as like a period piece. Okay, cool. It's immediately kind of over the top and larger than life, which sets the tone, right? The tone has to be consistent, which is this is a bit of a wacky fantasy world. Okay, I may not like that, but I understand it. And then we understand essentially what's at stake. What is at stake right off the bat? Well, it's the title, One Piece, the One Piece treasure that everyone's looking for. But what's so great about it is, we talk a lot about MacGuffins in our critiques of, Disney, Star Wars, and other garbage. And we talk about how they use fetch quests, right? Mandalorian, for example, is totally become fetch quests, right? It's like, actually, better example, Ahsoka. Ahsoka begins with the exact same MacGuffin plot as The Force Awakens. There is a map to a guy that we are in a race to find. In this case, Thrawn. Oh, we found the map and we're fighting over the map, which leads us to the guy. Okay, well, that's a MacGuffin. Now, a MacGuffin can work well if it's done with a good dramatic purpose. The problem with Disney Star Wars is they're cheap. They are cheap MacGuffins that don't have any dramatic weight. They are clearly plot contrivances that are just meant to allow the plot to happen. They don't have any real dramatic tension behind them. Mandalorian, oh my God, that Jack Black episode of Mandalorian Season 3 was just a series of nav points on a Skyrim map. It was pathetic. It was like, oh, we have come here to talk to the Mandalorians. Well, we're not going to let you talk to the Mandalorians until you do something for us. Okay, what do you want us to do for us? We want you to go talk to these people and get this thing. So they go talk to those people. And those people say, well, we're not going to give you that thing. You've got to go over here to get it. And like, okay, we'll go over there to get it. And it's like a series of like going from place to place. And there's no actual dramatic tension. There's no actual stakes. Compare that to One Piece. The whole idea is that we open up on this world and there is no hope left for pirates in this world. And in one fell swoop, with one single MacGuffin, here is a character that has reignited the entire reason to be a pirate for this entire world. And it has basically set the world on fire. My giant limitless fortune is buried somewhere. My hidden treasure. Go find it. Good luck. That's fantastic. Because it gives every single it becomes the narrative fulcrum for almost every character that we encounter. It puts the Marines who oppose the pirates and the pirates who are always trying to escape the Marines. It puts them at a constant state of cross purposes. It puts the different pirates in a state of cross purposes because they're constantly in competition with one another. Then we meet the principal character, which is Monkey D. Luffy, or just Luffy for short. And let me just tell you something. I love this character. At first, he annoyed the hell out of me. Like at first, I'm like, what? He's like peppy and happy all the time. He's overconfident all the time, but slowly but surely, he has a lot of save the cat moments, right? A save the cat moment is a moment when a character does something that endears you to them. And as the phrase implies, usually they're kind of doing something good for someone else. It's kind of usually what it amounts to. Well, he's got this character. He would be incredibly annoying and insufferable if it weren't for the fact that he's got a save the cat moment about every 5 minutes in this show. He constantly is inspiring people. He's constantly motivating people to stand up for themselves in kind of interesting ways. And he's got this way of going through life where he is so confident in himself all the time. And at first it seems like overconfidence, and sometimes it is. Sometimes he loses. Sometimes he gets in hot water and he can't figure his way out of it. And then the character actually starts to show real fear. But even in the face of fear, he still exudes this kind of confidence. And I can't tell you how much it makes me like this character. But a lot of it has to do with the actor. The actor, let me pull up the IMDb here. Inaki Godoy. That is going to be a tough one, folks. Inaki Godoy is the name of this actor. So, do a new share here. Yes, theoretical producer. Give me a new share. Share screen. There we go. So, that would be this actor here, Inaki Godoy. Holy moly, that unibrow. They've definitely toned back that unibrow in the show. But dude, I love following my diatribe about Ahsoka with this actor. Like, this picture actually perfectly sums it up. There is this brightness and this peppiness and this expressiveness in his eyes all the time. And this is a very difficult thing to do because they're adapting an anime here. And they deliberately are making this very much like the anime. They're making it very much a kind of cartoon version of reality. But the interesting thing about it is the actor is able to sell it with this level of constant commitment to the role and confidence. Super impressive. And I gotta say, the way he's able to kind of like just communicate with his eyes, his absolute inflappable confidence all the time. I compare that with Ahsoka. I don't know. Should I be? And I'm just like, dude, what a perfect juxtaposition. You have Ahsoka, which is an adaptation of the Star Wars Rebels cartoon, and then you have this show, One Piece, which is an adaptation of the anime. And this actor, Inaki Godoy, absolutely crushes it. And the interesting thing is I then watched the anime because I wanted to sort of compare and see, okay, now how far off is it? And I have to tell you, and this might be sacrilege for you anime fans out there, I kind of like the live action performance of it even better. Now, that's not to say there's anything wrong with the anime version. He's very much an anime kind of chibi art sort of character. He's very over the top. But there's something about the kind of balance from the sort of the wacky craziness of the character, but then balanced with the humanness of the actor. There's something about it that really works for this character.
I'm gonna find the One Piece. It's called Roger's treasure. He hid it somewhere in the Grand Line.
It's a myth.
Can't wait to see the look on your face when we find it.
It's like a perfect example. You can't help but be sort of happy and want to go with him on this journey. He goes around all the time saying, I'm going to be the king of pirates. And everyone's like, no, you're not, loser. And he's like, you'll see. And I'm watching this show, right? And I'm thinking to myself, dude, how do I be like this guy? I need to be like this guy. Like, this is the most amazing thing. And I suddenly realized, I'm like, dude, we have lost the ability in Western civilization to write characters like this. And this is why I say, thank God for Japan. Because somewhere in Japan, writers, creatives, they have not lost this ability to write a character who loves life, who loves what he does. And there's a very important line that Luffy says in this show that I really like. There's a moment in the show where he gets really challenged by another character on how overconfident and cocky he is all the time. And they're like, you realize you're going to lose. Like, you're never going to be the king of pirates. It's never going to happen, man. You do know that, right? And like something along those lines. And he just says, I made the decision. I'm going to be the king of pirates. And I might die on that quest to become, I might fail. It might not happen. But I've decided this is what I'm doing. And if I die, then so be it. And I thought, wow. It reminded me a lot of that line in RRR, which was quoting the Bhagavad Gita, which was about you are entitled to your work, but not the fruits of your work. And it was quoted in the scene where Raju in RRR, if you haven't seen it, magnificent Hollywood film, he's imprisoned and at the mercy, interestingly enough, of the villain played by Ray Stevenson. He's at their mercy. And he's doing pull-ups. And they're like, dude, you're sentenced to death. Like, you're never going to get out of here. Why are you doing pull-ups? And he quotes that line from the Bhagavad Gita. And I just think it's brilliant because it reminds me that, like, that there's something interesting about how this character is on this quest, but at the same time, the quest itself is what makes him so happy all the time.
But isn't there something that you want? More than anything else in this world. For as long as I can remember, it's been my dream to become King of the Pirates!
King of the Pirates, eh? Some treacherous path.
If the path seems too easy, then you're on the wrong path.
Piracy is a scourge upon this world. We will capture them. And they will be brought to justice! Hit the deck!
Don't let anything get in the way of your dreams.
Dude, I'm going to tell you right now, this trailer is pulling me in, frankly. But I'm going to tell you right now, if I had seen this trailer, I wouldn't have put a lick of stock in it because, you know, there's a lot of lines in here that we hear a lot in like woke TV shows of like, always believe in yourself, never give up on your dream, all those kinds of things. And I'm thinking, you know, the wokies have turned that into cliches. They have turned that into just crap, just like self-affirming body positivity crap. And, but what's so interesting about this show is he earns it. He absolutely earns it. Because there's so many parts of the show where he gets his ass kicked, or well, he gets in a situation he can't work his way out of, or the characters are just bagging on. I mean, he gets made fun of at almost every turn in the show. But what's so amazing is how he's able to just kind of smile at it and keep going. It's super cool. And so what it leads, but also he earns it through his actions. He earns it through clever plans that he pulls off that actually. I think one of my favorite things about him is he's always recruiting people who don't want to be recruited. Like he comes up to someone and he's like, you're going to join my pirate crew. And they're like, dude, no, I'm a thief. I'm not going to join your pirate crew. It's never going to happen. He's like, you'll see. And then like by the end of the episode, he's so confident. He pulled something off. He helped them in some way that they weren't expecting. That they kind of wind up being like, oh, well, I'll hang out with you for a while. And then before they know it, they're like part of his crew. And I freaking love it. I love it because it's actually kind of his way of getting people to believe in themselves that allows him to recruit people. It's really, and he teaches them through his own way of being in the world, how to kind of look at things a different way and come out of it on top.
Not everyone gets to follow their dreams. This is our fight. Until we find the One Piece. And become king of the pirates.
Don't tell me you actually believe in him.
I don't need to. He believes in himself.
Where's Straw Hat? Luffy.
I'm afraid it's time I ended this.
That went pretty well. Don't you think?
Great trailer. Dude, but I'll tell you something. As happy and uplifting as that trailer looks, the show is 100% that. But now, a friend of mine pointed out that like it's a little bit campy. Well, okay, it's a lot campy, all right. It's a pretty fanciful fantasy world. They balance it out though with some kind of real stakes. Like there's real violence. For example, there's a pirate. She has a ship with a big heart on the sail, and I was wild about that. Believe me, I'm like, oh, come on. A pink heart ship. This is a little bit more than the captain will allow, okay? But then she swings a massive club, this like behemoth woman who at first I thought this is a body positivity diversity hire. It's not. Trust me. It's truth, faithful to the source material. I researched. Anyway, it turns out like she just swings around this mace and just brains people, just absolutely kills people. She's a ruthless, like King Joffrey level thug who just loves delighting in people's suffering. Then there's a crazy clown pirate who just has an entire audience, sort of like Wanda in WandaVision, just chained to the bleachers who have to watch his crazy mad circus, and they have to clap lest he torture and murder them. It's phenomenal how the stakes balance out the wackiness. But here's the thing. And I need to get to the chat because I'm letting the chat go by. There you go. Did you hear the rumors of Disney canceling? Oh, yes. Yes. Well, yeah, well, we could talk about that. Canceling Snow Brown. Yeah. But, and I need to get to the Rumble chat. I will in just a second. I mentioned Harry Potter earlier. I'm not a fan of Harry Potter. If you love Harry Potter, you know, I'm not trying to start a war here. I mean, by all means, defend Harry Potter. We'll talk about it if you want. I'm not a Harry Potter guy. Twofold. I'm not a big fan of specifically magic-driven stories. I kind of like more low fantasy or hard sci-fi. That's kind of what I like. So I'm just not super into magic. I can be persuaded if it's like really well done. But the second problem I have with Harry Potter is every single one of those teachers should be arrested for criminal child neglect and endangerment. Like they are. I sort of really hate the premise of Hogwarts. I hate it. I really do, because the premise I thought made a certain degree of sense. It's like, oh, okay, there's people in the world that are born with magic, and they need to be taught how to control their power. Well, that's not bad. That's not unlike the Jedi, a force sensitive. Okay, I'm with it. And the idea is Harry is a orphan kid who turns out to have this power, and he gets whisked away to Hogwarts, where he is ostensibly going to learn how to master his power for the good of, I guess, humanity. Okay, cool. I'm with that. And what happens? He gets to this school, and like all of these kids go wandering around this mansion. It's a death trap. They wake up ogres that chase them, you know, through the dormitory and try to kill them. These kids are almost butchered in this castle every 5 minutes. And does the headmaster Dumbledore take any responsibility for this? And they're like, oh, gee, it turns out that the kids have been embroiled in an ancient war with wizards. Do you know what Hogwarts is? Let me tell you what it is. It is a stealth recruiting center that is finding more meat for the grinder for this endless war with he who shall not be named, because I can't remember his name. What's the bad guy's name in Harry Potter? It's right on the tip of my tongue. I should remember this. It's like one of the most famous villains. Voldemort. That's it. Yeah. So they have embroiled these kids in this war against Voldemort. Now, why am I harping on? Well, it's just fantasy, Captain. What's the big deal? It's like, well, look, here's the big deal. It's immersion breaking for me, because if I am to take this world seriously, I have to be able to take the premise seriously. If the premise is that having magical powers is a responsibility and a privilege, it's dangerous, there are great threats in the world that you need to be aware of, such as Voldemort. You need to know how to use this power responsibly. Well, in that case, a school of wizardry and witchcraft makes a lot of sense. And it helps me be immersed in the world because I think, okay, now I'm going to watch these students learn how to master their power, similar to how Luke learned how to master the Force with Obi-Wan Kenobi. That makes sense to me. But when every single teacher in this school is either negligent, criminally negligent, or flat out a hostile child abuser who is trying to use these kids like they are child soldiers in a magic war, I can only take it at face value. I can only look at that and say these people are odious. This is horrific. This school is not a school. It's a death trap. It's a stealth recruitment center. It's a hideous nightmare world. That's why I don't like Harry Potter, which is a long way of saying, now, why do I not like Harry Potter, but I love One Piece? Well, I'm going to tell you, because One Piece never betrays the premise. One Piece always delivers on the promise of the premise. And the promise of the premise is very simple in this world. This is a pirate world. It is optimized for pirate worlds. There are magical and mythical powers in this world. There are rules to these magical and mythical powers. Everybody in this world wants to get this thing, the One Piece. Simple. And everything in the show proceeds from that premise. Everything. It's actually quite elegant, I have to say. Now, I have my gripes with it. I feel like the choreography is equal parts brilliant and kind of lazy. That, like, it's weird. There's like some amazing choreography from the character who's the samurai. He's basically a pirate hunter. And that would be Mackin Yu. Oh yeah, the actor who plays him is Mackin Yu. And he's basically this samurai warrior pirate hunter character. What do they call him? They called him Zorro in the show. Yeah. Roronoa Zorro. You gotta love anime names. And then you have, now I've said I really hate girl bosses, but I love badass babes. And let me tell you something. Emily Rudd as Namie in this show is nothing if not a badass babe. So she plays a thief, and basically she's a grifter. She has some great scenes as well. Her skill is she's able to misdirect people. She's able to like use their sort of desires against them. Like, okay, great example. So she's in this bar, right? And there's a scene that starts out like a typical woke girl boss scene, right? This guy comes up to her and kind of hits on her. He's a Marine. And she's like, no, you're too tall. And I'm thinking, oh, that's typical. And that's it. I mean, it's not like, now in normal writing, it's not a big deal. I'm just mentally prepared for the woke mind virus to just assault me. So I'm just used to it. But it turns out this is actually, at least for this one case, is written like a normal story. And so anyway, she says, no, she's like, you're too tall. Then she picks out this other guy who's sitting at the bar who's balding and definitely not as attractive as the other guy. And she's like, he looks more like my type. And she's like, hey, you like rum? And she starts chatting up this guy at the bar. And I'm thinking, well, yeah, okay, that was pretty clever. I don't know why she's into that guy, but whatever. Well, then it turns out she just wanted to knock the guy out and steal his uniform so she could break into the base. And I thought, that is so when she said you're too tall, what she really meant was your clothing isn't my size. I've got to snow this other guy. And I thought, now that is great writing. That is excellent writing. There's like subtle setup and payoff and such a clever misdirect there, because you're thinking she's this kind of vixen who's, she's out there for a good time. No, she is setting up. She's basically sizing up the marks, which is brilliant. So what I like about this show is that it sticks to its own premise and it doesn't betray that. And it is a little bit wacky and bananas at times. The funny thing is, I'm kind of okay with it. I'm kind of okay with the wackiness because the world just knows what it is. Like this just is the world that it is. But also what's kind of interesting about it is there's these surprisingly emotionally powerful moments that really pull you in. And the character of Luffy, I think, I was even thinking, maybe I'm giving this character too much of a pass because it's fantasy and he goes around mouthing off that I'm going to be the king of pirates. You're never going to defeat me. He's kind of got this very like classic hero bravado about him, which is fantastic. I love it. But I also think, well, but maybe the plot is letting him get away with things he wouldn't get away with. But then when I thought about it, I'm 2 episodes in and I thought, actually, what's kind of interesting about it is he does get shut down a lot. Like basically everyone he ever meets doesn't take him seriously at first. Almost everyone that he tells his dream tells him he's never going to win. He's suffered true loss in his life. And the villains sometimes have him dead to rights. And the only reason he gets out of it is because he was able to inspire kind of a team, so to speak, to help him. And I think that is such the strength of his character that he actually does face consequences. And finally, the fact that he knows that his bravado could get him in trouble and could get him killed. And he's okay with that because to him, it's more worth it to pursue his quest of being the king of pirates and finding the One Piece. That is worth more to him than cowering in fear and backing down from who he is in his dream. He's a brilliant character. I'm going to just tell you right now, he's one of my favorite fictional characters I've ever encountered. And he's not like the typical fictional character I like. Everybody needs some Luffy in their life, okay? Everyone needs some Luffy. I'm telling you what, we as a society, folks, we're hurting out here. It is tough out here in the trenches. We are being beaten down with characters that are depressing. Dude, the Barbie movie. How about we have ordinary, I want to slit my wrist Barbie? Oh my God. It's like, this is the show. This is what you want to take mothers and daughters. Mothers and daughters, this is what you want. You want to watch a movie about depressed women that are suicidal? We have all these reluctant heroes. Perfect example. Every single MCU property now is beaten old man, has given up on life, and is being browbeaten by everyone he meets about what a failure and a traitor to their friendship that he is. Hello, Nick Fury. Hello, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Hello, Luke, green titty milk drinking Skywalker. Yeah. Hello. Oh, dude, why is it escaping me? There are so many more examples of this. Basically, old sad sack characters getting browbeaten. We are struggling out here in the trenches. It is such a breath of fresh air to see a character who has this belief in himself, has this belief in his dream, and despite all the adversity that he faces, never gives up on it. He's always got this kind of like look in his eye, which the way that Mary Elizabeth Winstead, Rosario Dawson need to take acting lessons from this guy. They need to take lessons from this kid because he is brilliant. Frankly, they need to take lessons from this entire cast. In fact, maybe could I find this? Let me see if I can find a clip from the show, because I was even thinking how the dialogue in this show, there's kind of like some moments where it's sort of quiet. The characters are being sort of stoic and evasive, and yet it still manages to be super interesting. Maybe I can find this. I'm kind of doing a Hail Mary here. Would this be a good example? This character is a pretty good example, actually. This would be Zoro. I haven't actually seen this part of the show yet. Let me just play this. Kind of just rolling the dice. Let me catch up on the chat real quick first, though. So Scream got a lot in the chat. Says the live action also has better character development. It's well-tuned. Luffy is based on Goku from Dragon Ball. The creator admitted this and had to change the character to be less Goku. I have not seen hardly any Dragon Ball, so I don't know that very well. But yeah, I don't doubt that this is... look, it's a common trope in anime, this type of character. I do tend to find this type of character annoying in anime when I feel it's sort of unearned and it's just for laughs. What I like about Luffy is he's actually challenged all the time. He's challenged all the time on his belief in himself. And I think that's what it really gives him a lot of great, sympathetic qualities. Yes, great character development. Oh, yes, Agent Coulson. Indiana, thank you. Thank you. Scream over there in the Rumble chat. Screaming. I think I'm mispronouncing it. It's Screaming. Screaming because you've been watching too much Ahsoka. But yeah, Agent Coulson, Indiana Jones. Dude, it's basically every male character ever these days. We need Luffy in our life. Oliver Morgan in the chat says, I have One Piece on right now. I feel like I'm watching Pirates of the Caribbean for the first time again. Absolutely. You know, I will say Luffy has kind of that Jack Sparrow quality about him where you're not sure if he's an idiot or a genius. Like, you're a little bit unsure, but most of the time, he's winging it. Like, I feel like Jack Sparrow, sometimes he's winging it. Sometimes he has a plan. With Luffy, he's always winging it, but there's a method to his madness that's kind of beautiful. I don't know if you're at episode 2 yet, but episode 2 is that there's a conflict between him and Buggy, he's the clown pirate, and he's kind of a malevolent Joker type character. And there's a scene where Buggy has him really dead to rights. Because Luffy has a superpower. He's kind of got the Mr. Fantastic stretchy superpower, and they explain it in the show. And there's a scene where he's kind of dead to rights, and I'm not going to give it away or spoil it, but I really loved it because I felt that Luffy is laughing in the guy's face, but there's a clear sense of the menace and the dread. It really tugged at the heartstrings. I'm dancing around spoilers here, so I'm trying not to give it away. But yes, it's super well done, and I think that's what makes me like the show so much. I'll tell you something else. So you have the character of, what's her name? The thief. Where is my IMDb? These days, I swear, too much boozing, folks. Too much boozing. I can't, which I've given up. Nami, or is it Nami? Nami, played by Emily Rudd. So, she brings back what I used to like, which was the badass babe. Dude, she wears a short skirt, okay? It's freaking hot. She is a babe. She is super hot. And it's like, dude, do you remember that? Do you remember when chicks were allowed to be hot in TV shows? It's kind of nice. It's kind of nice. Okay, let's try this clip.
That's so heavy.
You have no idea.
I bet I do. I bet I know more about you than you do about me.
Yeah, right. You're an open book.
Care to prove it? I get something about you. You drink. You got something about me. I drink.
The premise of this, I haven't seen this scene in the show yet. The premise of this conversation is already 1,000 times more interesting than any dialogue in Ahsoka. Right? Because, hey, Dave Filoni, sir, Dave Filoni, let me help you out here. This is how you write dialogue. This is how you do a scene where you reveal what Ezra means to them, by the way. You have a scene in which, so what makes this work is that these two characters are foils to each other. She's a thief. He's this kind of stoic, badass samurai. And he's setting up this is a principle in improv, by the way. There's a game. Like in any improv scene, there's a game. And the game is established by essentially whatever premise that the troupe starts to run with, right? Which is whatever the premise is, right? So he's setting up a game, which is a very brilliant way to do a dialogue, which is if you guess right, you drink. If I guess right, if I guess right, you drink. If you guess right, I drink. And so already it's small, it's very minor, but it's a sense of stakes because there's actually a competition, and there's a sense that these characters are at cross purposes here.
Go ahead. Tell me all about myself.
I bet you grew up in a big city, running schemes, hanging out in swanky bars like this one.
You must be thirsty.
You're saying I'm wrong.
I grew up in a small village, barely a village, just a handful of houses in the center of a tangerine grove. Drink.
By the way, there was a great Game of Thrones dialogue that was very similar with Tyrion.
Your turn.
Okay. But I had you read all the way back in Orangetown. I'll bet you didn't have any friends as a kid.
I had friends.
Swords don't count.
I had one friend.
Look at that. Without any further dialogue, just the performance of the actor indicates this is something that's a sensitive subject. There's pain behind his expression. There, was it someone that betrayed him? Is it someone he betrayed? Is it someone he lost? There's a sense of loss communicated. Wow, acting.
Hell, one more than I had. Drink.
And what's interesting too is these characters are building a friendship here. Oh shit, I didn't make it. I had it on the wrong size there. Sorry about that, chat. But anyway, the point is, you get I could compare that with any Ahsoka dialogue. Do I need to read the Ahsoka dialogue again? Don't worry about me. I'm not. Good. Should I be? What? Worried? Nope. There's just no comparison. It's like these characters don't want. So that's the game, really. The game is these two characters they're both tough guys, essentially. They're both tough characters. She's a thief who doesn't trust anyone, so she doesn't want to let anyone in. He's a big badass tough guy who never wants to let anyone in because that's part of his mystique. So that's the game. The game is they're both trying to kind of gain the upper hand and get one to share something. But in the playing out of that game, we as the audience get to learn more about them, and we get to see their relationship build all at the same time. In other words, their dialogue has a purpose. I know, right? Disney Star Wars is the purpose. No, that's not what dialogue is for. Dialogue is for talking about characters that were in the cartoons we like. so that our friend over there on the other channel can just be like, did I hear? Is that Anakin? Is Anakin talking? Oh no. We're just having fun. Don't hate me. One protagonist. Don't think well of me, sir. Think well of me. Excellent show. So what are some of the other things? So I will say probably the one thing about the show that's kind of my one critique is I really do feel the choreography is hit or miss. Sometimes the moves are really cool, which is a nice refresher since having to watch these boring lightsaber fights lately. I do actually really, and what's interesting too is there's kind of for lack of a better term, there's a gimmick that each of the characters kind of has. For example, Zorro there has 3 swords, and there's kind of the question of, well, what does he do with the third sword? And they answer that question. It's pretty cool. It works. And sometimes the moves are super crisp, really fast, really kinetic, really original. And then other times it's like, well, that clearly is a stuntman doing a pratfall, or that's a stuntman waiting for his mark to come in. So it kind of goes in and out, I would say. Which means it's about 10 times better choreography than anything you've seen on Rings of Power or Disney Star Wars lately. So there is that. But you know what's interesting about it? What allows me to kind of forgive it is that the characters and the circumstances they're in are interesting enough that I actually, if I wasn't looking for it, I probably wouldn't notice it as much. And I would also say that, where's my notes on this? I think one of the things about the world is that it actually embraces its craziness in a way that's actually quite endearing. I can't decide. I can't decide if One Piece is brilliant escapist fantasy at its finest or the cinematic equivalent of a pirate-themed McDonald's ball pit. I really can't. I can't figure it out because sometimes like the mixture, like for example, let me just give you one example. There is a character who's like the admiral of the Marines, and his job is to hunt down the pirates. He has his basically his radio, if it can be called that. The radio on his desk is a snail. A talking animated snail is his radio communicator. And I'm like, what? so sometimes I'm like, and then other times like the costumes in the show are a bit ridiculous, but there's a consistency to the ridiculousness. I'm like, you know what? It's bananas, but it knows it's bananas, and it actually works for me. So I guess what I'm getting at is, yes, it's a bit weird. But it's a weird fantasy world that has consistent rules. And I think that makes a huge difference. It makes a huge difference because, like, there's when they first introduced that Luffy is, he basically has stretch powers like Mr. Fantastic. When they introduced that, I was like, where did that come from? So I'm totally taken out of it for a second. And I'm thinking, what? So bullets just bounce off him? That doesn't make any sense. But then they tell his backstory. He ate this devil fruit. And I'm thinking, oh, well, that's convenient. He ate a devil fruit. Now he's got wacky powers. But then they explained even more that, like, if you eat a devil's fruit, the sea will take something away from you. And so there's a balance introduced to the power. So in other words, some people consider eating a devil fruit an absolute curse because you essentially make an enemy of the ocean. And I thought, well, that's bad for a pirate on an ocean world, basically pissing off the ocean in exchange for your superpower. That's a pretty good cost. So the fact that the show is constantly sort of balancing out its wackiness with clear, consistent rules that it doesn't violate allow me to just kind of go with it and become immersed in the story. And I'm pretty surprised, quite honestly, because this is not my typical genre. And I think I'll tell you, if I were just to rate the series based on these 2 episodes I've watched, I would give this, out of 10 bars on the epaulets, I think I'm saying about an 8 right now, which is, 7 feels too low for me. I feel like it's an 8. I really enjoy the heck out of it. I enjoy watching it. And I'll tell you something, a lot of that is due to the main character of Luffy. And I honestly thought if anything would dissuade me from watching it, it was that character. Because when I saw that character, I was thinking, well, he looks ridiculous. He's got a straw hat. He's a kid. This seems like wish fulfillment fantasy to me. I'm not interested. But then you actually watch the show, and like the other characters that he's recruiting, he kind of recruits you as part of the audience. He kind of recruits you to his dream of being this ultimate pirate. It's fun. Remember fun? That was nice. I like that. Screamin' over on Rumble says all of the One Piece characters have great backstory that explain who they are very well. I don't want to spoil anything, but Sanji's story is also amazing. Yeah, no thanks to Ahsoka dialogue. It's robotic. Exactly. Dude, and that's the thing. Mauler, who is, as I call Mauler, he is the surgeon. He is the story surgeon. He performs delicate spinal surgery on all plots which he analyzes. By the way, his takedown of the worst film of the year, Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania, is, it might be his 9th symphony. I'm just telling you, folks. Check out Mauler's takedown. It's a 6-hour video, and it's every minute is packed with content. But Mauler, being the surgeon that he is, often observes that even when there are technical errors in the plot, there always are, frankly. No series, book, video game, it's never going to be perfect. But he says, when there are technical errors or things that don't work in the story, if the characters are really well drawn and there are setups and payoffs, and we get to a place where we really see something awesome with a character, we forgive those things. In fact, we start to not even see those things while we're watching it because we're just engaged with the story and engaged with the character. Perfect example, there was House of the Dragon, which was pretty good. There was that scene where I forget her name. It's been like a year since I watched that show. But basically, she's the one that had the big dragon. She explodes up. They're in the Temple of the Seven, and she explodes out of the floor with her dragon and just kills like 1,000 people. And then she has a chance right there to just kill, to kill the High Towers and end the war before it begins. And she just chooses not to and just flies away. Huge plot error. There's also the really strange element of she acts like she's on the side of the people, but then she just massacred a whole bunch of them by exploding out of the floor with her dragon. And it's like, yeah, that's a huge technical error. And yet, because the rest of the show overall is so well done, we're willing to forgive it. We're willing to forgive it because what we get in exchange for a technical error here and there is Viserys, the king, doing one of the most heroic, amazing things you've ever seen in the show when he's walking across a floor in agonizing pain to help his daughter. Which, by the way, to this day, I still get chills thinking about that scene. It was so damn good. So it can be done. I also think of like Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania, because since it's top of mind, I think about how ridiculous Quantumania is. What an absolute fever dream that film is. And once again, it's a wacky world. It's a wacky world where anything can happen. There's you stick your hands in jelly tentacles in order to pilot a ship. Isn't that cool? And it's like, Ant-Man and the Wasp could have worked. Quantumania could have worked if there had been a consistent set of rules to this world. That I'll tell you what, you've got to watch this Mahler video. I could do a whole reaction stream. Then it would be like a 20-hour stream. But anyway, Mahler goes through like the commentary, because I had not heard that Jeff Loveness, the sad sack writer of that piece of trash, Jeff Loveness, Mahler reviewed all of his commentary. And so like on the commentary, a part of me, when I see something like this, I think, well, maybe this is a writer who was just in over his head. Maybe he thought it was good and there were just things he didn't think about, continuity errors that just he overlooked. He was so rushed, he was on a deadline. What could he do? Maybe Marvel's just, it's such a grinder to even work for Disney Marvel. So a part of me is like thinking maybe, this guy thinks of his failure as a writer of Quantumania. He's like, wow, I gave it my best and it sucks. Like, God, that's got to hurt. No. This guy on the commentary, he knows exactly what he did. There's commentary where he's talking about, well, yeah, their helmets being off in the quantum realm. Obviously, well, yeah, how do they breathe? But, the thing is, we wanted to make a movie where people weren't going to worry about that. I'm like, what? So he knew that all these dumb questions he left unanswered about the quantum realm were standing right there interfering with the story. Now, you compare that with One Piece, which is as wacky a world as I've ever seen. But somehow, I don't feel like I'm in a creepy fever dream when I'm watching One Piece. Everything feels consistent. Everything seems to have rules. And there's even a sense of fun and adventure about it. And you can just tell that this is what they wanted with Quantumania. And it's like, the fact that you're in a wacky world does not excuse you as a writer, director, actor from consistency of product. It does not excuse you from having to tell a story that has working parts that fit together. It does not excuse you from that. And idiots like Jeff fucking Loveness seem to think, the kind of idiots that are writing Disney Star Wars and writing, like the Jack Black episode of The Mandalorian, they seem to think that you can throw out the rule book of storytelling if you just say it's a wacky world. And boy, I'm going to tell you something right now. Ikiro Oda has just taken all of them to school. This show has taken all of them to school. This is a return to storytelling and a return to form. So the captain salutes One Piece live action. Go see it. Even if you haven't seen the anime, it really is awesome. It is super awesome. In fact, let me just pull up this article real quick. Screamin' says, yeah, writers on psychedelics talking about Quantum Mania. Oh my God, I hate that movie. So if I could count the ways, I hate that stupid movie. And yes, Fu Man Blue said, did I hear the rumors that Disney's canceling Snow Brown? Yes, I did hear those rumors. I just, probably not true. Look, here's the deal. Does Disney want to make money or not? I just don't. I don't understand what this company's purpose is. Is it to make money, or is it to push woke propaganda? I think it's basically they're pushing the woke mind virus. They are in on it. They have no choice. I don't know that Disney could right the ship even if they wanted to, because they've let the fox in the hen house. I don't know. I would almost rather that they could. I would rather see Snow Brown come out. I would rather see it. I want as many of these disasters as possible. Look, the only reason that the wokies get so mad, we're getting review bombed. Do you know why they get so mad when these movies fail? Even though they don't like them either, and they're not watching them either. The reason they get so mad is because when these movies fail, it means that their stupid ideology is failing. And they don't like that. Not one bit. So in my view, the best thing ever is for Snow White to come out in theaters and be an absolute epic disaster. So I hope the rumors are not true. I hope that they're not true. No, you own it, Disney. I want that albatross tied around your neck until the end of time. Look, on some level, look, it's movies and TV shows, and it's important not to take life too seriously. On the other hand,
there is nothing I love more. Taking my headphones off, fuck that. Bethesda, there is nothing I love more than to fire up a brand new RPG, lose myself.
Sorry, did you want to get immersed in our world? Yeah, well, guess what?
Fucking pronouns! I love nothing more than...
So, yes. They did this to all of our They absolutely destroyed Star Trek. They destroyed Star Wars. They attempted to destroy Lord of the Rings. They destroyed Wheel of Time. They destroyed Willow. They destroyed The Witcher. I mean, they destroyed Indiana Jones. They destroyed He-Man and the Masters of the Universe. They have systematically destroyed every single... They're destroying Dungeons and Dragons. They're turning it into a trash fire. They are trying to destroy Warhammer 40,000, Magic the Gathering. I mean, these fuckers have destroyed so much shit that, frankly, screw them. I want them to fail. I want to see I want them to own the results of every single one of what their disgusting, evil ideology has turned our stories into. They have taken heroes away from us as a society. They have taken immersion away from us. Do you realize that, this is the problem? It's like sometimes we get caught up in the baseball of it, right? We call the balls and strikes of like, oh, they made this decision or that decision, this writer or that writer. At the end of the day, what is it we're really talking about? Woke, crazy, radical ideology has destroyed our ability to tell stories. Why? Because they hate what those stories stand for. Why is Indiana Jones a sad old man who's a shit father? Why is Luke Skywalker a titty-drinking old hermit who tried to murder his nephew and has given up on the Jedi? Why is Han Solo a deadbeat dad loser? Why is Nick Fury constantly getting browbeaten? Why is Captain Picard being screamed at and lectured to by female admirals who are disregarding his entire legacy? Because wokeness, these radicals hate those characters. They hate those stories. Why? Because those stories are about the thing they hate most of all, which is morality. Captain Picard Luke Skywalker, Indiana Jones. These are characters that have classic ideals of morality, of adventurism, of the power and ability of the individual. And this is why I say Luffy in this show, One Piece, is one of the most important anti-woke, frankly, characters we've seen in a long time, because he believes in himself, not in the fake, phony woke way where it's like slay queen and it's like everything's handed to her on a silver platter. She can do no wrong. She never has to face any criticism or actual consequences. This is a character that believes in himself, and that belief is tested. And he is called upon to overcome that test. That is what they hate. They hate characters that inspire us to greatness. They hate characters that inspire us to love life and to want to live and to want to have adventures, to want to seek greatness. They hate that in humanity. Wokeness is an anti-human movement. It is an anti-humanity movement. So why have all these companies, why has Disney lost all these billions? Because they have staked their fortunes on that hideous, fucked up ideology. And they are paying a price they deserve to pay for trying to take away our heroes. Well, we won't have it. Not here on the Captain's Cast. We will never surrender. We will never give up. We will fight them on the beaches. We will fight them in the fields. We will have characters that believe in themselves, that have adventures, that enjoy life. Star Trek characters, Star Trek captains used to love life. And they want us to hate life. They want us to be depressed. They want us to go to fucking Canada and be euthanized. That's what they want. Well, fuck their ideology. I stand with as. Fuck their pronouns and their wokeness. They could go straight to hell. Because we love life. We love humans. We love humanity of all different types. We love culture. We love exchanges of culture. We love exploration and adventure. And we believe that humanity has a future, a bright future. If we just believe in ourselves. And what helps us believe in ourselves, folks? Stories. Stories help us believe in ourselves. So thank you, Fu Man Blue, for inspiring that rant. Now, Dan Vask, where's Dan Vask to clip that now? Anyhow. So I have strong feelings about Snow Brown being continued. Fu Man Blue says, well said, Captain. Well, thank you. Thank you. I hope so. Comes from the heart. Comes from the heart. And, that actually reminds me of... Fu Man Blue said, clipping that for my first ever tweet. Oh, no. At this point, everyone's going to think. Honestly, that's an honest rant. That's not me playing for Twitter. But it probably would be good for Twitter. It's just been on my mind lately, and Az kind of brought it out, too. It's like, we dance around it sometimes. I've been guilty of this for many times in my life. I'm a guy that used to want to just get along with people. I just wanted to get along with people. I was like that as a kid. I was like that as a teenager. I was like that as a young professional in the working world. I tried to make peace with people a lot. And it's laudable. It's laudable to try to make peace with people. But I'm going to tell you something. There are just times when you have to stand. There are times where you simply have to say, this far, no farther. The line must be drawn here. And it must be drawn. And and what's bothering me is that we let them off the hook sometimes. We dance around the fact that these stories were not destroyed because of bad writing. Yes, there are bad writers that have secreted themselves into all these properties, but that's not what actually destroyed them. Bad writing is as old as writing. There's always been bad writing. There's probably always been more bad writing than good writing. That's just the nature of the craft. But the difference is this ideology that has, it isn't just that it's wanted to present a different idea of heroes. It's that it wanted to take from us the heroes we love. Do you notice how the narrative is always, the narrative is always something like, Rachel Zegler. Well, it was made in 1937 and very evidently so. Weird. Dude, I cannot hold food down when I'm listening to that woman speak. I really can't. But it's like, you notice how it's not enough to say this is a new vision of Snow White, because if that's all they wanted to do and it was just a creative choice, that they wouldn't care. But no, it's specifically that she wants to take away. She wants to take away from people that classic idea of a princess and a prince charming, falling in love, that whole thing. She wants to take that from people. Because let's face it, she's a dope who's been indoctrinated into all that bullshit herself. So it's not, she's a product of her time. But it's not specifically her. It's meant she is emblematic of the larger issue, which is this ideology seeks to take away from us, Galadriel. Making Galadriel an armored commander of the Northern Army's girl boss was an effort not just to create a Galadriel that is powerful and, fights in battle. That was not the goal. See, that's the gaslighting. That's the trick they say. No, we just wanted to show Galadriel in her warrior years and present a different view. No, you didn't. You hated Cate Blanchett's portrayal of a noble, feminine queen whose power is her words and her intellect. You wanted to take that away from us because in your sick worldview, that's not allowed. Women are not allowed to be maternal. They're not allowed to be elegant and beautiful. They're just not allowed to have that. And whether some of it is unconscious or not, I don't frankly give a shit. It's the ideology that has attacked. We have been, in our corner of fiction, we have been under attack. So, they want to act like Az is overreacting. They want to act like his rant is ridiculous and he's a man baby and all this shit. It's like, no, this is self-defense is what this is. You could easily have left our characters alone and made your own universes. You could have done that. Nobody would have watched it. Nobody would have given a shit. But no, you go looking for this shit. You go looking for Warhammer 40,000. Warhammer 40,000 did nothing to any of these woke tards. Warhammer 40,000 is over here minding its own business in the grim darkness of the far future in which humanity lives in an existential hell and bothering no one. If you don't like Warhammer 40,000, if you're not part of the 0.05% of the population that even know there's such a thing as Warhammer 40,000, it's not bothering you. Leave it alone. Leave Warhammer alone. So no, we won't be backing down. We will defend our franchises from your assault. You woke tards. You assault our stories. You invade our stories and then claim that you're the ones aggrieved. No, there's a new sheriff in town. It's called normalcy. And it's making a comeback. There's going to be some new rules around here, so just get used to it. Fu Man Blue says, no shame in admitting Az brought that out of you. An awful lot of people out here feeling the same. Yeah, exactly. I'll tell you something. The first time I heard Az's rant, it's like, I just was like, I was speechless. I'm like, yeah, that's everything I felt for like 10 years. Jordan Peterson has a really good point about this, which is psychopaths, sociopathic people take advantage of compassion. They take advantage of people's natural inclination toward compassion. It's something they can use against them. And I think that the really sick psychopathic wokies they take advantage of people's compassion. And they use that to gaslight and turn things around. And I think what Az's rant is emblematic of, remember, that was after 10 hours of gameplay. That was not an instant reaction. That was over the course of 2 streams. It took him to get to that point. And really, it's not a reaction from 2 streams and 10 hours of gameplay. It's a reaction from years of this war of attrition, of constantly, it's funny. It's funny. I hear about the new Fallout TV series, and already I'm dreading it. Now, why is that? You know exactly why that is, because you know exactly what they're going to do. I haven't seen the script. I haven't seen who's writing it. I don't know anything about it. All I know is there is about a 90% chance it is a woke trash fire. Flat out, 90% chance. There's only so long you can live under that and keep your composure. So as his rant is emblematic of the fact that we have been under this assault for a long time, and we're mad as hell, and we ain't going to take it anymore. Screamin' says anti-woke is the new punk rock. Absolutely. You know, it is funny, like at being, you know, mostly a child of the 90s, I do remember that, like, when I was growing up, I wasn't allowed to play Dungeons and Dragons. I wasn't really, I was often frowned upon for playing Final Fantasy, things with magic in them. And it was the conservative Christian crowd at that time. Also the conservative Democrat crowd, because people forget there were a lot of conservative Christian Democrats back in the day. It was Tipper Gore that was trying to get all of the rap lyrics censored back then. And that was really the crowd that was going after things I liked. And it was like, oh, it's evil. It's the devil. Dude, in the 80s, right? It was like hard rock music was considered evil. It was the devil. Now it's just a wholesome action hero. Freaking Indiana Jones. It was, you know, it's a little weird. It's weird. Oh. Aren't the wokies just so up their own asshole all the time? It's really pathetic. It's like, oh God. You know what they're like? They're like the hall monitor. They're like the hall monitor in school. It's like, where's your hall pass? Fu Man Blue says, people's compassion is a quantifiable, measurable metric to psychopaths. That, you know, what they get away with and how long. Exactly. Now, you know, don't misunderstand, my dear sailors and star knights. Am I saying we should abandon all compassion? No, never. Because at the risk of sounding a bit hokey, I actually believe compassion is a strength. It's a strength and a weakness. And I think that when it, you know, yes, if as Wayne Dyer put it, if you are compassionate, people may take advantage of your compassion. Be compassionate anyway. If you trust people, people may betray your trust. Trust anyway. Right? And what is he saying? He's not saying, he's saying don't become bitter. Don't become resentful. Because frankly, that's what created the woke mind virus. You know, a lot of these people started out with, oh, we want tolerance and we want acceptance. And then it turned into revenge. And then it turned into revenge. You know, there's a great line in a show I'm very fond of, Outlander. And it's like in the very first episode of Outlander, it takes place just after the Second World War. And there's a character, he's in Scotland looking for his wife. It's a lot of setup to this, but basic gist of it is he's pissed off. He's a good man who's pissed off that his wife has disappeared. And there's a character who says, you know, don't drink too deeply of the chalice of revenge. You know, the Nazis drank very deeply from that cup, and you saw what happened to them. And I thought, what a beautiful line that is, because it really does illustrate how it reminds me of that line from Michael Caine's Alfred in the Dark Knight trilogy, when he's just like, you know, it's revenge that turns good men cruel. And I think that what happened is the wokies, we'll just say the well-meaning ones anyway, started out wanting what they considered to be fairness and justice, and they drank deeply from the chalice of revenge and bitterness and resentment, and it turned them into monsters. It turned them into absolute monsters. That's not going to happen to us because, you know, we will stand our ground, and we will defend our franchises, and we will win this culture war. And when it is won, we will say farewell to arms, because we will not drink from that chalice. We will not let that same mentality take us over. Because as any good hero in an old Western would tell you, there is a difference between justice and revenge. But just between you and me, there's a time for revenge too. But anyhow, now I was watching Starship Troopers recently, and I find this interesting because, dude, Starship Troopers is a oldie but a goodie. It is a classic, excellent space opera film. And I'm telling you, every time I watch it, it gets better. Every time I watch it, I like it a little bit more than the last time. I love everything about that movie. I really do. And something struck me when I was watching Starship Troopers this time. I literally watched it last night. I put it on to help me think while I was writing. And something really struck me about it. And I remember being, I know, what was I, like 14 or 15 maybe when that movie came out? And I remember it really resonated with me at that time because, you know, it's about young people basically deciding what they're going to do with their life, which was very relevant to me. And of course, it was about high school at the beginning and some of that. And then they go into this war, and it's like, it was a harrowing movie when I was a kid. It was harrowing to watch because I was very squeamish about violence at the time in movies, as silly as the violence is in that. But I'm going to tell you something. The way they make that war with the bugs seem like the stakes are so real is freaking fantastic. And I remember when I watched the movie, one of the things I liked the most about it was the kind of odd portrayal of a future where everything is co-ed. I thought that was really intriguing when I was watching it as a kid. I remember thinking, like, why are the dudes showering with the chicks? I mean, I'm not complaining about this scene, but I remember thinking, like, could this ever work? Like, could this ever be real? Like, this is a future in which, you know, men and women in a military environment just are in the same shower and they just don't even care. Now, obviously, no, that's never going to happen. But it's still kind of interesting in the world of the film to kind of ponder it, right? Then you've got Dizzy, who's like one of my absolute favorite. She might be my favorite character. Johnny Ringo. Johnny Rico's my favorite character. No, Rajik's my favorite character, definitely. Damn it, I can't choose. But I love Dizzy. I love the character of Diz. Funny thing, I did not like her the first time I saw the movie. Of course, she kind of won me over at the end. But now she's one of my favorite characters in that movie. I love Dizzy. Anyway, she's playing football or future football, whatever it is, with the dudes. And I'm watching this. And now, you know, with all this woke shit and all the, you know, fake men in women's sports stuff, you know, the Leah Thompson kind of stuff going on in the world, it kind of gave new meaning to this whole part of the film. And I'm watching her play football with the dudes and just full on tackle football with the dudes. And I kind of had this knee-jerk reaction of like, oh boy, this is just red meat for the wokies when you think about it. And but then I kind of had this feeling of like, you know, it still feels somewhat plausible to me. You know, I know that like women in a full contact sport with men is not realistic. It just isn't. However, something about the scene still felt plausible to me. And I thought to myself, why does this still feel so much more plausible than like the way the wokies would do it, right? Like the way the wokies would do this, she'd be a total slay queen, girl boss, all kinds of, you know, just ridiculous, impossible moves. You know, frankly, there's kind of a lot of impossible moves in general in Starship Troopers, which is kind of the fun of it. But I just remember thinking, why is this so plausible? And I think what it is that there's two things going on. With Dizzy specifically, there's a feeling that she's not asking for any acknowledgement of the fact that she's a woman. She's not portrayed as a noble savage in the movie, right? She is a woman who is in a football game with the dudes, but you get the feeling there is no quarter asked and there is none given. If she's going to get tackled, she's going frickin' down. And if she can't pull it off, she can't pull it off. You know, there's just a feeling of like there's no quarter asked, no quarter given with her character. And to be fair, she doesn't get tackled in the football scene. And I started to think, well, maybe that's a little bit unfair. That's a bit of a cheat because they sort of let her off the hook of the physical consequences. But then there's the scene when she confronts the drill sergeant. Maybe I could even find it. Dizzy versus Drill Sergeant? That's an old enough clip. I'm sure it's in there somewhere. Yeah, here you go.
The trouble is, you are not good enough the way you are. Hands at your side. Chin up. High.
Now, the Wokies, could you just imagine how they would do this scene today?
Do you get me? Sir, yes, sir. See that armory? Run around it. Run, I said. Run.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. I love this movie so much. Dude, I remember being a kid watching this and being, oh, my God. That was so horrifying. And I remember thinking, he can't do that. You can't do that in a military. And I'm thinking, oh, my God, this is so good. This is such good world building, because without telling us anything, without telling us that we're in a problematic fascist future, which is how the Wokies would do this shit, they're just showing us just the way these people live, the world that they live in. And I freaking love it. So anyway, that's an important setup, because he just totally owned this dude, right? Here comes Dizzy, and she is going to take up this guy's challenge to fight him.
Sir, I heard it was the best, sir.
It is the best. But what makes you think you're good enough?
Now that's the kind of gal who makes squad leader.
That's my job you're talking about.
Now that is the key moment. He chokes her out with his knee. I'm thinking the Wokies could never have shown that. And that's the difference. That's why her character has verisimilitude. There is no quarter asked and none given. It is never stated that she's a woman and she's in a man's sport, or there aren't many women. None of that. There's no reference of any of that. And third, she is as much putting herself at risk of harm as any dude. And she loses that fight. Like, that's so brilliant, because it's like, dude, he's a drill sergeant. He's been doing this. She hasn't even started. And she thinks she's tough. She gets she gets a kick in, and then she gets absolutely owned. I wonder if, like, when they wrote that, did they think that would be more acceptable than her getting a punch in the face or something like that? But in any case, that is brutal. And later, in the very next scene, the next time you see her, she's got a freaking bruise on the side of her throat. And I'm thinking, no quarter asked, none given. Now, is it really plausible that she could be in a full contact football, rugby type sport with dudes? Probably not. Is it plausible that you could really have co-ed showers in a military environment? Definitely not. Yet the film world kind of commits to it and sells it, and it's not offensive. It's not like it's propaganda. I am not being told I have to accept this. That's kind of I think that's the other difference, right? When you're watching Starship Troopers, you don't feel like you're being told you must accept this. You must accept that this is the right course for the future. You're just being presented it, and you're just being invited to observe it and just think about it and just see what you think about it. Do you believe this could work? Do you believe it couldn't work? That's actually pretty good science fiction, I think. Now, with woke storytelling, you don't have that option. In woke storytelling, if a girl wins a fight, you are not allowed to question it. Because if you do, it's because you don't like strong female characters, which we need to just purge the phrase strong female, strong women. Just need to get rid of that. If I have to hear that one more time, I'm going to go insane. I don't care about your pronouns. Pronouns. So, yeah, exactly. Boo Man Blue says, I watched Starship Troopers recently as well. It made me think how interesting things would be if people couldn't vote here until they've been a law enforcement officer for 4 years. I've engaged in enough full contact activities with women to know they couldn't handle being tackled. It's just physics are what they are. Although you bring up an interesting point there, Fu Man Blue, the idea of like, because I was pondering this a lot too. You know, one of the things I love about Starship Troopers is they present this future in which there's a kind of a military, I would say it's roughly a military republic that is in control of society. How democratic is this future? It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell because it could just be a pretend, like a kind of puppet democracy in which people think they have a say, but they really don't. Anyway, the premise of the story obviously is that only citizens, that is people who have served in the military, have the right to vote, because voting, and this is true, is an act of force. And the only people who should be able to use force are people that are willing to put their lives on the line to safeguard society. And I have to admit, given our current situation, it's oddly prescient. Some of the things that Radchik says in the early scene in the film in his class, where he's talking about how, the democracies failed because they just went out of control. And I'm thinking, hello, sleepwalking into World War III is what we're doing right now. And I'm thinking, this film kind of has a freaking point. And the military had to step in and fix things. Now, a part of me is tempted to say, earning the right to vote kind of makes more sense to me than it ever has before. But at the same time, look, here's the deal. No matter how promisingly we started out with a system like that, where you had to like if you had to earn some kind of metric to earn your citizenship, as in that film, and then you had the right to vote, just going off of the premise of the film that you have to serve in the military and then and only then do you have the right to vote, would that make things better? Honestly, I think that would be securing a continuous control of a kind of permanent military industrial state forever. I think that's what that would create. And it would end up as a military dictatorship that was bound up in censorship and propaganda just as surely as any other totalitarian system. Why? Because I think that you would be tilting society always toward militarism. And militarism would always be inseparable from profiteering off of war. And so what you would wind up with is essentially the problem we have right now, in my view, which is the military and corporations working together to ensure that we never stop having wars. Just never. We never stop having wars because wars make money. And while this is not a political stream, I mean, this is the point of the Starship Troopers story, is it's telling a tale about what would it be better or worse for democracy if now I think the film's position is they live in a fascist future, but to the film's credit, I think it is presented very neutrally. It's presented in a way that invites you as the viewer to kind of decide for yourself, as the film itself points out to Rico, decide for yourself what you think about this future. So look, as tempting as it is to think, gee, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Put some skin in the game, put your ass in the line, then you can vote. And it's like, yeah, that might start off well. It might start off well, but it wouldn't end well, is kind of my view. I just think sooner or later it would become a manipulative, propagandistic environment, just like it is now. The people with the most military power would wind up being the people with the most influence over that system. And then they would do what's essentially happening to us now in a different way. They would rig the system so that they never lose. And I think that would be bad. So I do think it's a good thing for civilians, even if they have blue hair, to have the right to vote. Don't click that one. Look how angry this guy is that people with blue hair have the right to vote. What an asshole. Look, I cannot deny. Look, hey, I can support the right to vote without liking that you're voting, okay? Just think about who cancels out your vote for a second. Just think about it. But look, at the end of the day, it's better than the alternative. That's kind of my position on that. The military side rubs me wrong at first. Then you think about the universe they live in, much different, and you need a military. Yeah, I do. Look, Starship Troopers is so good at building a kind of world. It really does build the argument for the world that you're being presented, in as much as it also invites you to kind of laugh at it. Because obviously there's scenes that border on parody, like the soldiers handing out the bullets to the kids, which is obvious state propaganda in the film. And so there's parts of the film where you're sort of being invited to kind of laugh at this world, but also the world is building a very real reason for its existence at the same time. Now, there's also the question of like, well, but did we provoke the war with the bugs, which I find kind of interesting too. Like we sort of provoked it. Screw that, kill them all. I love that. There's a lot of debate in the film. It's subtle, but it's there. It's absolutely there. And it's told through the eyes of these characters. Now, I bring up Starship Troopers for another reason. And that is because I noticed something else about Starship Troopers. It is, in modern terms, a very diverse film with a very diverse cast, and it presents a future which is very colorblind and gender blind and is a meritocracy. And I thought this future is antithetical to what the Wokies present in all of their stories, because it's like, and I remember thinking like, this is actually a very well, I like at least this element of this future that's essentially presenting a future in which it's a colorblind society. It's a meritocracy. It might be a military dictatorship, so that goes in the negative column. But on the other hand, it's clear that humanity has simply moved past those distinctions. And now it's more about humans versus bugs. I just think that's cool. I just think that's super cool. And it just goes to show you that the way to have it just goes to show you that anyone that is crying and bitching about diversity, well, they're idiots. They don't actually care about diversity. They don't seem to understand that if you want diversity in something, in a story or whatever, you just write a story with diversity in it. You just do it. You just do it. You don't talk about it. You don't bitch about it. You don't have panels at Comic-Con about it. You just make it. But the problem with that is someone might not like what you make, and then you just have to deal with it. And the Wokies hate that. Fu Man Blue says, I just don't think people will ever respect police unless they've been police. It's not like a firefighter or other social service duties. Well, look, I'm not a police officer. I have nothing but respect for police. And actually, I think one of the brilliant aspects of, speaking of the United States democracy and how it's set up, it's actually a republic. And I think what's brilliant is that what we have is local police. Every city has its own police. Every county has its own sheriffs. Every state has its own highway patrol. And I think that decentralization and that localization of police power is like an extremely crucial reason why our freedoms have lasted as long as they have. And I will tell you that system, I think, fosters, when it's done correctly, fosters trust, and it actually fosters an environment in which police are civil servants. They're servants of the people. And I think that when that, and there's a lot of states where that is still very much done well. And I've lived in cities that have excellent police departments. And, I think there's a lot of respect. In fact, I'll tell you something. I think that this narrative that even like minorities don't respect the police, I don't think there's a lot of truth to that either, because, I've also been in areas where there are minorities, or I've, had coworkers that fit different minority demographics. And yes, they may have complaints about some of the things police do, which is fair enough. But I also sense that they also, would like the police to show up when they call 911. So what I think is we have a corrupt, whacked out, wacko minority that hate the police and are doing everything they can to gin up hatred for them. I think society at large does respect them. However, I do think it is necessary for people to be skeptical of authority. I think it is necessary for people to be skeptical of police powers. And I think that's fair and that is just. But I think you can do that without being an irrational idiot and treating all police like they're racist pigs. I think that is the problem that we have. So I'll tell you something. I've always had respect for police. while also being skeptical of their powers and what they're capable of doing and wanting to, see evidence that they're not abusing their powers. And I think that's reasonable. But, I've never in my life questioned that if a cop has a gun pointed at, he's got a right to defend himself. I've never in my life questioned that. So, and that being said, I've also witnessed corruption on the part of police. So I think normal people are capable of having respect for law enforcement without hating them. Understanding that, yes, there are people that abuse power. There always are. There always will be. There will always be people that abuse their power. Wherever and whenever you find that. Dude, there's teachers. There's teachers in schools that abuse their power. Okay. I think that's pretty obvious. So do I hate teachers? Do I not respect teachers? Of course not. I recognize that there are a lot of teachers that are some whacked out, blue-haired weirdos that are oddly obsessed with indoctrinating children. That is true. Also, I think most teachers are good people who just want to teach. Although, these days, the percentage is dropping, is all I'm saying. So hopefully I'm right. Screamin' says, look up Rippaverse comics. Dude, don't have to. I've got ISOM 2's on the way, man. 3 covers. I literally got the shipping notice just recently, so I'll be showing. Anti-woke Christian black guy, level-headed, very successful. That would be ISOM, of course. Hat tip, the great Eric July. No industry help, and they try hard to cancel him, and it backfires every time. Dude, I have such admiration for Eric July and what he's built and how he does it. I love it when he beats up on those wokies when they call him, and they are such losers. These people that call him, they always sound like this. And they're like, well, they'll say the worst things imaginable to him on Twitter, but as soon as they're actually talking to him, like, well, I never said that, and your angry mob of fans came after me, and all I was saying is I'm very concerned. I'm very concerned about the quality, the price you're charging. It's like, oh, spare me your concern, weirdo. I gave, it's like I paid, for 3 different comic book covers and they were worth every penny. I don't need your advocacy. Thank you very much. But they hide behind that, I'm just very concerned. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're just a jealous, petty, resentful loser. And you hate it. You hate it that you can't control this man, that you cannot control him. You cannot bully him. You cannot bargain with him. You cannot cajole him or threaten or intimidate him. You hate that. You hate that he's created a character he likes and that people like that character and that they're willing to support that character who is a classic hero. This just goes back to what I said earlier. This is why, you may wonder, why does Eric July have so many wackos coming after him all the time? Well, if you proceeded from the premise that the wokies just like woke stuff and they just want more woke stuff, then that would seem perplexing, I think, because you would think, well, gee, why are they so unhappy? Eric July can make ISOM and you can go over here and make gay Superman all day long because you can do that now. You can do gay Robin. You can do all that shit. You can do Web Weaver. You can do the Spider-Man who's in the wheelchair. You do all that shit. Why are you so unhappy? You literally, every mainstream hero now is totally wokeified now. So if you proceeded from the premise that they just want more of their stuff and they just like their stuff, you would think, well, gee, it's awfully weird to be spending all this energy. But because that's not what they want. I honestly think, they're like the Joker. They're like a dog chasing cars who wouldn't know what to do if they caught one. Well, they caught the car. They caught all the cars, all of them. They caught Indiana Jones. They caught Star Wars. They caught Rings of Power. They caught Star Trek. They caught Superman, Batman, Spider-Man. They caught X-Men. They caught every car, every single one. And they don't know what to do now because that's not what they actually wanted. What they wanted was a scalp, and they got their scalp. And why they hate Eric July is because he just created a character that they want to scalp. Eric July created a character in ISOM that is a standard, close to the ground, gritty, grounded superhero. They want to scalp him. And they can't because their tactics don't work on Eric July because he doesn't answer He does not answer to those fucking wackos. So they in other words, I guess the simplest way to put it is they don't wish to create, they only want to destroy. That's why they hate Eric. On some conscious level, they're slightly aware of how insane that is, which is why when they actually talk to him, they have all these phony made up excuses about why they don't like him. Oh, well, you're charging too much for your comics. Dude, if someone made $1.7 million charging $50 for a cover of Superman kissing his boyfriend, they'd be over the moon happy, these weirdos. They'd be so happy. In fact, they'd be going on Twitter saying, oh, gee, don't you toxic man babies just hate seeing Superman kissing his boyfriend? Don't you hate it? Right? That's what they'd be doing. They'd say, oh, $50 is a very good price to see Superman kissing his boyfriend. You know they would. So that's not what it's about. That's why, that's why he's not even really, it's like watching, you remember The Princess Bride when he's like the good guy fencing, and he's just schooling the bad guy in the sword fight. That's what watching Eric July fight these wackos is, because when everything you believe is a lie, when everything you say is a self-delusion, it's very difficult to win an argument. It's, this is why, some people talk about like, why is like Biden and Mitch McConnell and Nancy Pelosi, if you'll forgive a little politicalness, these weird politicians that cannot string a sentence together, why is it so hard for them to speak? Have you noticed this? Why is it so hard for these old worn out, war horses in government that just won't give up the ghost? Why is it so hard for them to speak? Well, I actually think part of it's dementia. Part of it is they're super old. They're having strokes, all that shit. But I actually think it's another reason. When you have spent your entire life lying, your head is filled with contradictions. Your head is filled with conflicting information. Your head has become a bloated hard drive of lies on top of half-truth, on top of omissions, and you're trying to keep all that shit together, and it wears out the equipment. I'm serious. This is not hyperbole. I'm telling you, this is my honest-to-God theory. It wears out your mind. It drains your energy to constantly be juggling lies all the time. And so when you're in front of people and you're a fraud, that you have no idea what you're talking about, you can't figure out which lie you're supposed to use when, it's very hard to speak. It's hard to speak. When you can't keep your lies straight, that's what you get Mitch McConnell. You get this bitch.
Part of this issue that should be articulated is AI is kind of a fancy thing. First of all, it's 2 letters. It means art.
In other words, I know nothing about anything. I'm pretending to know something. I can't, this is why it's so hard for these wackos to speak. So when these wackos are debating Eric July, it's like, all he has to do is just let them talk. He just throws them some rope. It's a rope-a-dope. He throws them some rope and they hang themselves. I can't wait to do my ISOM 2 review for you, folks. That is on tap. Dude, it shipped. I can't wait to get it sometime this week, probably. So, yes. All right, chat. Well, we've had a good time tonight, haven't we? We have had a good time on the Captain's Cast. Like and subscribe if you haven't already. The other stream, I need to re-upload it of the last stream. But in any case, I'm working on my Iron Age content. That is still very much my priority, but I promise there will be more videos. There will be more content on this channel soon. I'm just focused on my Iron Age project right now, and it's just... Dude, I'm going to tell you something. Gary over at Nerdrotic loves to quote how many days it's been since George R.R. Martin started writing Winds of Winter and how that's never going to happen. And it's funny, people think, why won't George just write it? Well, I'm going to tell you something. It doesn't matter how accomplished you are as a creative, as a writer, as any kind of artist. It does not matter how accomplished you are. You are always vulnerable to resistance, which is that invisible force of the universe, which exists to stop you from doing the work you were born on this planet to do. And I'm telling you right now, there are different forms of resistance. There's having $0 in your bank account and feeling like you don't have time, which is closer to my situation. And then there's George R.R. Martin, who has an endless, limitless fortune and all the TV writing offers he could want. That is his resistance. And I guarantee you, he wasn't prepared for this. I don't think he was prepared for the level of resistance that was going to create for him in his writing. And I'm telling you right now, that man is terrified of that keyboard. He lives in fear of it. Guarantee you. That is the problem with George R.R. Martin, is he is in terror of that keyboard. And I think whenever he sits down at that keyboard these days, it's agony. It is agony. And it's a couple of reasons. Part of it is he set himself up. You know, it's not easy to land the ending. He wrote quite the sprawling, epic series of books, and now he's got to land this bird. And I do not envy his position, because not only does he have to write a good ending to what he wrote, he also has the absolute failure of the TV show ending looming over him. He knows, he feels the pressure that all those fans who are pissed and want the show to be redone, they are just on their edge of their seat waiting for when's a winner. He has just become their last hope for a good ending, and he knows it. Don't think he doesn't know it. He knows it. Dude, that's pressure. That is freaking pressure. I'm telling you right now. He is having a hard time, folks. Anyway, that's my little bit of sympathy for George R.R. Martin. You know, I guarantee you, for years I thought like, dude, that's resistance. Classic resistance. He's lapsed into a kind of amateur mindset, is what I think. And it's taken a toll on his craft. I mean, maybe he's at a point in his life where he's like, I don't even want to do this anymore. Could be. I can't imagine that. Dude, I'll tell you what, if I had millions of people just couldn't wait for the next thing I was writing, it would be pressure. There would be resistance, I guarantee you. But I'd be having the time of my life. I'll tell you what. I do have the time. I have a time of my life with you guys here in the chat. It's amazing fun. I love creating things for an audience. It's just, I don't know that there's any specific medium I was put on this earth to create, but I do sense that I love creating entertainment for people. I do. To the extent I'm successful, I will leave that for you to judge, my dear audience. That's what the like button is for. But I say that to say this. I'm facing a moment of resistance that is probably the worst of my entire life so far. It's like, which oddly enough, I take as a good sign. I take that as a good sign. I think it means that Luffy in One Piece has a great line. I really love the line. And he says, my old mentor used to say that if the path you're on is too easy, you're on the wrong path. And I thought, dude, that's a great line. And I thought, yeah, I'm going to put that one under my cap. If the story I'm writing is too easy, I'm probably writing the wrong story. So there you go. As Chris Gore would say, there you go. I have another comment. I just slipped into boomer mode. Nope. It's weird. Sometimes I think that there's a lag. Okay, no, it was in the Rumble chat. The Rumble chat's popping off, screaming. Martin has a problem. Once you are a famous writer, the editors stop doing their job to rein in the needed critiques. Fu Man Blue says, I never thought about that, the fame dynamic. Oh, absolutely. I'm telling you, that's, resistance manifests in a lot of different forms. It manifests in, doubting yourself. That's the most obvious. The fear of failure, the fear of falling on your face. I guarantee you that's kind of what's behind a lot of the weird Hollywood behavior that you see. Ego is a big part of resistance. Believing that you're the best and you can do no wrong. That can be a form of resistance. I think Dave Filoni and the writing on Ahsoka is a sign of Dave Filoni facing his own kind of resistance, which is smelling his own farts and thinking that whatever greatness he created in Clone Wars and Rebels, I think his ego is taking all the credit for the great work. To the extent that he did any great work, it's taking credit for the great work he did. And it's also going to live action could be a challenge of its own. But another form of resistance is distraction. Having too much, having it too easy, right? It can kind of drain you can lose your edge. You can lose your edge. It's something to be vigilant of. Fear of success is probably the Mac Daddy of all forms of artistic resistance, is fear of success, because success also often comes with a time of loneliness. It comes with, which may sound counterintuitive, but like when you really break through to another level, well, now you're on another level, and you tend to find that some people in your life kind of abandon you at that point. I'm not trying to be negative or anything, and it's not really like it's just human nature. It's like, when you become kind of a natural, I'm getting super in the weeds of like law of attraction and stuff like that. But like when you become a vibrational match for a different level of success, not sometimes just inadvertently, you tend to repel people who are at a lower level, who just don't want to hang out with you anymore because, maybe they're resentful or whatever, not necessarily of you, but that's just their attitude in life or whatever. I'm probably way too in the weeds here. But my point is, well, I think everyone, Luffy, the character in One Piece, is a good example of this. He goes around telling everyone, I am going to be the king of pirates. I just love how he talks in that show. I really do. I'm going to be the king of pirates. And everyone immediately tells him, that's stupid. You're never going to be the king. You don't even have a ship. You don't have a crew. And I love how every time he gets a question like that, he just answers with, I'm going to get one. I'll have one, and I love that. Imagine if we all could answer our critics that way. And I think that's why people fear success, because when you succeed at something, you're going to have people, well-meaning or not, who are negative, and that can be painful at times, but you break through that, you get to the next level, and it turns out to be worth it in the end. So you just stick with it. But yes, fear of failure, fear of success, the spoils of success, the incapacity of failure, all can be their own kind of little payoff. And I feel like George R. R. Martin, as in the words of Bane from The Dark Knight Rises, victory has defeated you, Martin. Fu Man Blue, the whole nightmare of being on the hook on the Rumble side, of being on the hook for a story like that would be a good argument for having it all done before you sell it. I mean, in a perfect world, I'll tell you something though. I'm not having fun unless I'm creating something that is soon. I think that's when I'm having the most fun, is like when I create something and then it's soon available. That I find it difficult to create something and then have to wait a long time. I also find it difficult to spend a long time working on something without anyone ever seeing it. I think that's when I struggle the most. I think it's why I like YouTube so much, because I create the live stream and the content has been created. I create the video and I publish it. I kind of like that. I feel like writing is more difficult because you have to be more patient. It's going to be a while, and it could be a lot of work, and it could not quite come together. So yes, I'm telling you what, I do not envy George R. R. Martin. I would say, like, I think that if it were that he had the book series and everyone was excited about the ending and he wrote the ending just in that environment, that would be a lot of pressure. A lot of pressure. I think that would be kind of fun pressure. But being on the back of a massive, hated failure of the ending of the TV series, oh boy. I think that's its own kind of hell, because he knows that, like, all eyes are on him to deliver the ending that they hoped they would get. That's a level of expectation. Oh man. But also imagine if the ending of the Game of Thrones series had been excellent. Imagine if it had been like Breaking Bad level perfect conclusion to the series. That'd be a lot of pressure too. That would be a lot of pressure. And I'll tell you something, it would kind of suck all the life out of it, because it almost might be worse, because imagine if the ending to Game of Thrones TV series had been great. Everyone loved it. It high praise all around. And then they're like, by the way, when is the book ending coming out? I don't know how you would deal with that as a writer, because on the one hand, if you just write the ending to the TV series, isn't that going to be kind of boring? I feel like that would be boring as a writer. Definitely that would kill all of my momentum to write the ending, because I'd be like, well, you saw the ending. Me sitting here, I probably would hire a ghostwriter at that point. I would just be like, okay, here's my outline. I seriously would. I would hire if I were in that exact situation. I'd be like, I'll hire a ghostwriter to do it, because how would that even be fun for me to write the ending that everyone's already praising on TV? But then if you say, well, I'm going to do a slightly different ending, well, now you're competing with the good ending of the TV show. So I really think the only plausible scenario where R.R. Martin is not in a terrible pickle is if he had written the finale of the book series before and published it before the ending of the TV series. That's my view. I think that was his only way out of this predicament. As it goes, he probably has the second worst predicament, second best situation, which is at least he's on a redemption arc. That counts for something. I don't know why the guy doesn't hire a ghostwriter. He obviously doesn't want to write it. Why not just work on your TV scripts, hire a ghostwriter, supervise the writing, revise the parts you don't like, the chapters you want to write those chapters, and then just have fun with it and make your fans happy. Just make your fans happy. The book gets done. You get an ending, which is why I tend to think that that's what his problem is he's afraid. He is terrified of it. He is terrified of this project. I'm telling you, folks. Screamin' says, Joseph Malozzi talks about in this blog. Haven't read it from him in a while. He was a writer on Stargate and Dark Matter, which came out too soon. Not enough was written. Oh, Dark Matter came out too soon. They didn't have enough written. Gotcha. Booman Blue says, love SG-1. Dark Matter was pretty cool for a Flash. It was missed. I'll tell you what. Stranger Things, which I'm just such a fan of Stranger Things. I love that show. I actually like all 4 seasons of it. I don't actually really understand. Anyway, I've talked about this before on the stream, but one of the brilliant things the Duffer Brothers did is they wrote a series Bible before they launched, and they had a clear outline for about 5 seasons going into it. So they had a very clear Bible. They had a clear outline for where they would want all 5 seasons to go. And I hope it's pretty good, because I'm going to tell you right now, the way they ended it on season 4, I'm like, dude, that they really set themselves up for a job. Like that is not going to be an easy ending to stick. I don't think. I kind of give it about 60-40 that Stranger Things ends well, which is not the level of odds I would have wanted, but I'm telling you, I love the setup of season 4. The ending to season 4 of Stranger Things is brilliant. It's just the right level of stakes for this part of the series that we're in. I love this show so much. I know that it can't be, but I would love it if it were 9 seasons, but it can't. It would wear itself out if it went that long. So I kind of feel like the next season is either the last season or the penultimate season. But I hope that outline is good, because they just blew a giant hole through their world in a good way, but it's going to require a very good ending. But I'll tell you, the ending they delivered to season 4 was so brilliant, because I was not loving the first half of season 4. There's a lot going on in season 4 I was not liking, but the way that they wove it all together and they brought it home kind of made up for it. And I was like, damn, yeah, that's a pretty freaking good ending, that final episode. And it's like an hour and a half long too, which is pretty impressive. Any Stranger Things fans? I was not a fan of Vecna. I did not like that they made the Upside Down have sort of a human villain in it. I just thought that I liked the Lovecraftian side of the Upside Down. I loved the idea that the Mind Flayer was this otherworldly, super alien, Cthulhu-like intelligence. I liked that. I thought that was a super interesting element. In fact, one of the reasons I like season 3 so much is because the scene where Billy is speaking to 11, but it's really the voice of the Mind Flayer speaking to her. There's this odd, the actor deserves great credit for his performance of this. He's basically the Mind Flayer speaking through Billy and kind of using Billy's mind. This is in my early interpretation without having seen season 4. This was Billy sort of being the filter through which this very alien consciousness is speaking to 11. This is the only time we have ever heard an entity from the Upside Down speak directly to a character. And I loved it. To this day, it's one of my favorite scenes in the whole show because I just loved how it sounded alien. It sounded otherworldly. It sounded kind of like it was driven by other motives than what you would attribute to humans. Like it hated 11 for a reason slightly close to revenge, adjacent to revenge, but not exactly revenge. Almost as if to say, there is a being in the universe which challenged my power and I cannot let that stand. I kind of enjoyed that aspect of the character. Well, apparently that's just not very compelling for a lot of people. Apparently people prefer a much more human type villain. And so that's what they went for in season 4 and everyone loved it. Everyone's like, oh, Vecna's way better. They fixed Stranger Things. And I'm like, I'm not with you on this. I disagree with Mahler on this vehemently. I don't like that they made Vecna such a human villain. He's so human in all the ways he does things and all the things he wants. If he had been kind of a human puppet of the Mind Flayer, got it. Well, I guess spoilers. I can't really, I guess if you haven't seen it by now. Anywho, but that being said, it's still a really damn good story and I still really enjoy it. And I mean, as human level antagonists go, he turned out to be pretty damn good. Like when they reveal the origins of Vecna, it's pretty damn good. And it fits. It fits 11's arc. It fits the story. Definitely allayed a lot of my concerns. I just like the idea of the Lovecraftian Cthulhu kind of monster that was the Mind Flayer. I enjoyed that. I thought that was interesting. I wanted to see, I was curious about its motives. I was like, what does it want? Where did it come from? I wanted to see, and I was expecting a kind of otherworldly answer to those questions. I enjoyed all of that. And unfortunately, I feel like season 4 totally undid all of that and just turned it into much more of a standard kind of a very well executed one, but a very standard kind of good versus evil story. So there you go. We went into overtime and I gave you a Stranger Things critique. Fu Man Blue Screamin' says some misery. Let's see. Fu Man Blue says, I like the idea of it being something alien better than a human mutant. Exactly. See, Fu Man Blue agrees with me. Screamin' says, I liked it, but I would have liked it more if it was more mysterious Lovecraftian. Yeah, exactly. Okay, cool. Now, I do acknowledge that seasons 2 and 3 had some problems, right? Because I do feel like Hopper and Joyce were way too dopey in season 3. I also feel like, honestly, some of those problems I felt persisted into season 4, which is, I just feel like they've turned Joyce into a clown act. I think when Joyce was a mama bear trying to get her son back from the Upside Down, oh my God, she was incredible. I love Winona Ryder in that first season. She just blew the doors off. That first season was so good. I mean, some of the best series I've ever seen. Like, I absolutely loved it. I still think it's the best show Netflix has ever produced by a mile. But then in season 2, she was still kind of a mama bear, and that was working pretty well. Hopper was still kind of the cop protecting the town, which I like. I love Hopper. I love his story. But then in season 3, they sort of turned Hopper and Joyce into this kind of clown act. And that bugged the crap out of me. Like Hopper with the weird Hawaiian shirt. Like, what the hell was that? So yeah, I acknowledge there were problems. But the problem that I have is then we get to season 4, and they did the same thing to Joyce and then to, what's the name of the conspiracy theorist that speaks Russian? Is it Larry? I feel like it's Larry. Anyway. The conspiracy theorist that speaks Russian that's working with Joyce, they turned him into a clown act. And I'm like, They seem to be forgetting the character they established in season 2. The idea was that he is a for real conspiracy theorist who hides from the government. He's, he lives in a basement. But he's smart. He compiles all these theories. He connects all these dots. Like, he was meant to be like an actual investigative conspiracy theorist who's trying to expose things. And yes, he was eccentric. Which was a good part of his character, because obviously that explained some of his personality. And naturally, there was comedy that came out of that because his eccentricities kind of rubbed against normal people in a funny way. But then they turn that into, he's loud and he's yelling and he's zany all the time and he's karate chopping people. And I'm like, see, this is the one weakness of the Duffer Brothers. They seem to do this with a lot of their characters. They start out kind of interesting and quirky. They have like an odd personality quirk to them. And then they just spin off into, they're just zany comedy all the time. And I think part of that is because they have so many characters in the show now, they don't know what to do with them all. I think part of it is that, and they just opt for comedy. And a lot of the comedy in the show is done very well, but I think it's done well when it's more organic and it's the characters are foils for each other and they're playing off each other. I think that's when it works really well. When it doesn't work so well is when it's like they're kind of grasping for like what to do with this character, and so they just opt for, oh, let's just put them in a funny, awkward situation. Little bit disappointing. Screamin' says the Russian prison thing was funny. I liked it. Yes, I do, and I loved the ending to the Russian prison. I was a little bit bored with some of the. It's kind of interesting. Like the first couple episodes of Stranger Things 4, I'm a little bit bored with it. But then when you saw where they're going with it, it was like the payoffs were so good that it kind of made me retroactively love what I watched. I almost wonder if watching all this garbage like Ahsoka and like Secret Invasion and just all this crap has made me expect that if anything is taking a while to build up a setup, that like, oh my God, they're wasting my time here. I think I've gotten used to that. I've gotten used to just thinking, oh no, this is a show where nothing is going to happen. And it's like, well, thank God for the Duffer Brothers, because holy crap, when they have a payoff, good Lord, is it a payoff? It is like epic. They're so good at that. They're so good at creating really intense battles that are mostly psychological, that are mostly about the characters kind of more confronting their fears than anything. I think that's kind of because they're not like action heroes. These are not action hero characters for the most part. So it's kind of, they're kind of like, they're essentially teenage detective novel characters. They're like the Hardy Boys, the Hadley Boys, going around, curious little whippersnappers going around solving mysteries. I'm getting a clue. Anyway, so some South Park humor for you. One thing I've made a commitment to as the captain here on the Captain's Cast on the Swords and Starships channel is to purge my vernacular and my lexicon of all ums, ers, kind ofs, sort ofs. I hope I haven't done a lot of sort ofs. I noticed that my last stream, like a lot of, well, sort of this character, sort of that. No more of that. We speak with confidence here on the Captain's Cast, like as heels versus babyface. We just ain't taking it anymore. Anything else I have to show you? Anything? I mean, I had a bunch of cool stuff. I think one last for you, because I thought this was cool. Let me grab one more clip for you. We did a Starship Troopers clip today. How cool is that?
Hello, I'm from Denmark, and it's a pleasure to be here. So you're a little bit into it.
So this is an, I've heard this name pronounced correctly before. I think it's Mads Mikkelsen. I think is that, how do you pronounce Mads Mikkelsen? How to pronounce Mads. Yeah, there you go. Mods. I don't. Anyhow, Mads Mikkelsen over here and Nicolaj Arcel have worked together on a new film called The Promised Land, which takes place in 1750s Denmark. And if you haven't seen this, here they are just trying to talk. By the way, we get all these cringe red carpet things like, oh, yeah, we're not going to have the prince kissing Snow White. It's weird. It's like some of that is, yes, they're insufferable people, but also they are being constantly goaded and prodded into those kinds of answers all the time. And this is great evidence of that. It's like Henry Cavill. They said, hey, don't you get upset about all these toxic fans all the time? And Henry Cavill's that rare human being who's able to reject the premise of the question and be like, well, I don't agree with that premise. I think it's a fan's right to have whatever opinion they want to have. And it's like, wow. But that's not, when every single question is tailor-made to create the answer they want, isn't that weird? They're not asking the question because they're curious. They're asking the question so they get the answer they want. God, I really detest people who act like this. I really do. They go through life with this. They're droids. They're freaking Borg. They're drones. They are willing slaves. Well, they can have it. But anyway, so here's Mads Mikkelsen and Nicolaj Arcel, two normal people who just want to talk about their film that they made. And this is the question they get.
This is a cast and a Danish production, which is entirely Nordic. It therefore has some lack of diversity, you would say, as also new rules are implied in Hollywood.
Are you on to?
Sorry, but
from the get-go.
From the get-go, there is set some rules of diversity across the Atlantic for competing in the best picture, the equivalent to this competition.
Look at how, I love how annoyed he is. He's like, fucking really? Like, really? We have to do this? And he's like, well, there's an award show across the pond. And the only way to qualify is if there's diversity. And this is a very Nordic film that takes place in a Nordic country. And isn't that weird?
See, you don't live up to these standards with this broadcast. And there is just curious, it's not because of artistic reasons, it's because of lack of diversity that this can't compete in that competition. Are you worried about that?
Are you?
Like, that's so good. It's like, are you worried about that? Notice how everything is crafted to get the answer they want. Are you worried about the diversity? Just say yes and complain about it so we can move on. And I love how he throws it right back in his face. I've noticed this a lot lately. Super based people this is a good tactic to take note of. Notice how they just turn it around on them. You answer the question. Like Dana White, when he got that obnoxious question about how guys in the UFC were, two black guys in the UFC were using the N-word towards each other in kind of a competitive rivalry. And a super woke, offended person is like, no, doesn't it bother you that they're using racial slurs towards each other? He's like, well, they're both black, so who cares? He's like, well, doesn't that bother you? And he's like, oh, what, are people bitching about that? Oh, of course they are. Oh, fucking A. Too bad. That's the way to handle this. But anyway, I just love how Maz throws it right back at his face.
I'm serious and honest because you're putting us on the spot. So yeah, you answer the question.
No, because I have in comparison Parasite, which is great.
What do you think?
I was thinking that Parasite, which is a great movie coming from South Korea, had the same level of diversity, but coming from South Korea, this was actually still eligible for the competition. You, as a Danish movie with an all Nordic cast, is not, and that's what I think is a little bit conundrum.
I don't understand the question.
Okay.
Well, first of all,
I don't understand the question. He's being very. I love how backhanded he's being here because it's like there wasn't a question. This guy basically, his question turned into him explaining why he's asking his dumb fucking question. You're boring. You're fucking boring. Is what Mads is saying.
Well, the film takes place in Denmark in the 1750s.
Yeah.
We do have
you fucking moron.
A big plot line, about a girl of color who is being subjected to racism.
Okay.
And
will you go away now? Will you go away? We included a character who is a person of color being subjected to racism in our movie set in the 1750s in Denmark. Will you go away now, you fucking woke moron?
And which was very rare. Any people of color in Denmark,
Yes.
almost nobody.
For those who don't understand history of any kind, it was rare to see people of color in Denmark in the 1750s. Stop the press! For God's sake, oh my God! Did you just hear what he said?
She was probably at the time the only one in the entire country of Denmark. So it was. I would say that it hasn't been. It wasn't a thought in our mind that I think it would be a little weird. If it's just a historical
Exactly.
how it was in the 1750s.
That's also what I was portraying for.
Yeah. Cool.
In other words, my question had absolutely no purpose whatever and was a giant waste of everyone's time. What a freaking look, dude, that guy just got owned. Don't think for a second. Don't think for a second that, he was all on there. Yeah. That was like a toddler's way of getting out of getting caught with the hand in the cookie jar. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's what I meant. Right. I was thinking the same thing. Like, why would you even think about it? Then why did you ask, you retard? Dude, these people deserve to be tarred and feathered. We should bring back tarring and a good pastime of the 1750s was tarring and feathering. And it's like, dude, you should be laughed out of the room for asking such a dumb question, unfortunately. Because we live in a world where the inmates are running the asylum, this idiot thinks that is a really smart question. What a moron. He couldn't even stand behind his own stupid question. As soon as Mads Mikkelsen put that back on him, he was like, but awards and stuff. You're not going to get awards, I think. I don't understand the question. Do you understand what this fucking moron is saying? And then the guy's like, well, it's the 1750s. We had one woman of color in it. She might have been the only one in the country. Don't know if you're aware, sir. Just historic. In that time, it would have been rare. And it would have been a little weird to have a bunch of, not European people in a European country in the 1750s. It is, this is why Az went on his rant. This is what Az's rant is talking about. The proper, honestly, I hope someday, I really hope someday that I am sitting on a panel like that. So I could give them the exact, it'll be an exact quote. I'll just be like, are people, the Dana White quote, are people bitching about that? And as soon as they start to talk, fuck it, of course they are. Of course they are. You know what? Too fucking bad. The movie takes place in 1750s Denmark. I wouldn't care if it took place in 2150s Denmark. There's all white people in it. Too fucking bad. Like we're done with this. Like, I love it. It's like, there was this South Korean movie called Parasite, which had all South Koreans in it. And that wasn't very diverse either. So, of course, this is an important question. It's like, no, you just proved your question is stupid. You just proved that this entire stupid ideology is false, and it's completely pointless. It doesn't even advocate for what it purports to advocate for. If you believe that diversity, representation, and inclusion is our strength, it is very important to our culture, it is extremely important to society and the success of organizations, you are a moron. You believe a set of lies that is guiding you as your worldview. You are not interested in a meritocracy where everyone is equal. You are interested in a weird, socially engineered utopia that isn't possible. And you live in a fantasy world. You deserve to be mocked and ridiculed. You should not be wasting the time of talented people like that actor and that director with your stupid, historically illiterate questions. Your bigoted questions should be mocked and made fun of, which is what Mads Mikkelsen did in that very brilliant way by simply asking them to answer their own stupid questions. Go talk to the South Koreans about diversity in filmmaking. By the way, Thank God for South Korea. They actually make some incredible stuff. And it's like, gee, I must be weird. I must be weird for a white guy because I watched Squid Game, and the weird thing is it didn't bother me for a second that there were not any white people in it. It didn't bother me for a second that they had a culture that was slightly different than mine. In fact, I enjoyed, actually, there were some white people in it. Now that I think about it, they were the bad guys. And they were foreigners. That's why they were white people, because they were foreigners, which made sense in the plot. It's just funny how I'm able to identify with the main character of Squid Game the whole way through. I'm able to be invested in his story. By the way, absolutely glued to Squid Game when I finally watched it. I was like, holy shit, now I get it. I can't stop watching this thing. I've got to know what the next game is going to be. Lightning in a bottle, that show. Isn't it weird? I didn't have to be South Korean to appreciate those characters, nor would I ever wish that be the birth. I wasn't represented in Squid Game, so I really can't understand it. If you believe this ideology, you're a fucking moron. Like, I'll stop. Like, we need to stop indulging these people. We need to stop even acting like we need to. Okay, well, let's talk about the importance of your ideology is inconsistent. It's incoherent. It's a nightmare fever dream. Normal, sane people. Gee, it was the 1750s. That'd be weird, don't you think? So anyway, I dedicate all the Captain's rants on this stream to our good friend in the fellowship, As of Heels versus Babyface, who absolutely spoke for us all last week on Twitter. So, all right, my dear friends. Well, that is the Captain's Cast for this Sunday. Yes, Screamin' says it's in the future. So, yeah, make asylums great again. It's in the, yeah, exactly. Dude, they shouldn't even have to answer that question if their film had been set in Denmark today. And they would have. Gee, why was the Prime Minister of Denmark in your story white? That's awfully bigoted, don't you think? The proper reaction to that is, fuck off. So Fu Man Blue says, great show. Thank you, Fu Man Blue. Over on the Rumble chat. Like, yeah, the YouTube chat's dead. I kind of like it. All right, everybody. Well, we had a good number of viewers today and lots of fun in the chat. Thanks to everyone. Thanks for popping by. Thanks for sharing a Sunday evening. I hope I made it a little more fun for you. Have a great week. Watch some One Piece. Even if it's a little weird for you, I say we all need a little Luffy in our life, which is a weird thing to say, but I'm going to just commit to that. We all need a little bit of Luffy in our life. Whatever it is you want to be the king of in your life, just try saying it. Wake up in the morning, make it your affirmation. I am going to be the king of insert your dream. In my case, I'm going to be the king. Well, I'm not going to say. I'm not going to say what mine is. But I just think it's great. I think, it's like there's a great scene. He's like, I want to be a Marine. He's like, well, then you are going to be a Marine. There's a great moment where one of the characters decides he's going to become a Marine, which is the enemy of the pirates. And he says, the next time we see each other, Luffy, you and I might be enemies. And Luffy says, but for now, we are friends. And I'm like, it's getting a little dusty in here. This is such a good show. How is this a good show? How is Ahsoka so bad? How is One Piece so good? It's a mystery. I don't know. So great time tonight, chat. Been super fun. Have a great week. Love seeing everybody. And take heart. I'm telling you right now, I think the tide is beginning to turn. And One Piece is absolute proof of that. And so until next time, my dear sailors and starnauts, this is Captain Garrett saying, I will see you out there.